when someone with their friends wanna do it to their ex and they get the job. Done. Girls just wanna dance. Hey, girls just wanna have fun.
Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait.
Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe.
Wait, they don't love you like I love you.
I miss you so bad, I miss you so, so bad.
Wait, they don't love me like I love you.
But here's my number, so call me maybe.
Oh, what a night. Late December back in '63. What a very special time for me. And I remember one night
I should know and warn her.
Bet you think that she is so cool. Kicking back on your couch, making ice in the coaster. Wait, I think I've been there too.
Oh, what a night. What a night.
She is so cool.
Oh, what a night. What a night.
She is so
I can feel it through me.
We could go band for band, fuck that, we can go M for M. Put on no for the Maybach truck, double line with the factory rim. I got the 90 years, the version, the bribe, the real threat. It's got to the point that I don't even care, I got jewels in the safe that I don't even wear. I'm not in a mood, cause my flight they're late. So I jumped on a private jet and I'm asking a pilot the ETA. Lambo parked on a landing strip, everyone in my gang and my DJ pay. Where's my man talking about inshallah, these times he don't even pray.
I was left to my own devices. Many days fell away with nothing to show.
At the Pink Pony Club, I wanna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I wanna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I wanna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club.
But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all?
Down at the Pink Pony Club, I wanna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club.
Hey, Slim Shady. I see the one, the shady bad lady. Hey, I feel you creeping, I can see it from my shadow. Wanna jump up in my Lamborghini Gallardo. Baby, go to my place and just kick it like Tybo. I slowly gonna over. Watch me smack that all on the floor. Smack that, give me some more. Smack that till you get so. Smack that, smack that all on the floor. Smack that, give me some more. Smack that till you get so. Smack that.
Well, you know you make me wanna shout, kick my heels up and shout, throw my hands up and shout, throw my head back and shout. Come on now, don't forget to say you will. Don't forget to say yeah, 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 yeah. Shout, hey, 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 hey. You know you make me wanna stomp, 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 stomp,
me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta flow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna dead it, then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about it, boom, about a bing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again.
Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold up.
Everybody in the booth can tell myself apart from you. Now the word dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing,
Happy after joint dancing on the people dancing on the people. I got people dancing on the people with the people on the people. Smoking CO2, dancing on the booth, hanging from the people on the people. My people on the people dancing on the people.
Smoke weed every day,
Put the fries in the bag.
Who do you want me to be? Cause I'm too messy, and then I'm too fucking clean. You told me get a job, and you asked where the hell I've been. And I'm too perfect, so I open my big mouth. I want to be me, is that all? Over in my ears like a kid. Will words be nothing? I go la la la. I'm turning up the fire when you speak. Cause if my heart can't stop it, I'll find a way to block it. I go. And I'm too clever, and then I'm too fucking dumb. You hate it when I cry, and it's just that type of fun. And I'm too perfect, so I show you that I'm wrong. 1,000 people I could be for you, and you hate the fucking love.
You're as cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice our love. You never take advice. Someday you'll pay the price. I know.
I've never been on live television before.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. I can teach you, but I have to charge. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, It's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours. I can teach you, but I have to charge.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you, but I have to charge. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you,
But I have to charge.
Flowless. I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have superpowers. Rap 225,000 hours. Get a calculator, do the math. I made 1,000 songs that make you move your ass. And for the last 300 months, I made 16 albums. And me on the front, and they bump. When you get your beats, I heard 93 rappers say bitch like me. 2 singers and 10 comedians, and I'm still gon' yell it every time you see me in. What's my favorite word? Why they gotta say it like short? So they can't play on my court, can't hang with the big dogs, stay on the court. Flowless.
I like that you're looking at me, up and down so effortlessly. Pull around and baby we'll fall in love. Yeah, getting late and harder to breathe. Let you take the best of me, yeah. So you better be careful with my heart. I know when I open up the door, I'll find just the thing I wasn't looking for. Oh, you look like trouble. I could be in trouble, falling in your arms again. Got me seeing double, and I think I love it, baby. Here we go again. You look like trouble, 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 trouble. You look like trouble, 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 trouble. You look like trouble, 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 trouble. And I think I love it, baby. Here we go again. You gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. 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 When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
And I got a really big team, and they need some really big rings. They need some really nice things. Better be coming with no strings. Better be coming with no strings. We need some really nice things. We need some really big rings. I got a really big team. They need some really big rings. They need some really nice things. Better be coming with no strings. Better be coming with no strings. We need some really nice things. We need some really big rings.
No place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
If I told you this was only gonna hurt, if I warned you that the fire's gonna burn, would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love.
Saucing, saucing, saucing on you. I'm swagging, I'm swagging, I'm swagging on you. I'm ballin', I have a song on you.
In the name of love, name of love, in the name of love.
Saucing, saucing, saucing on you. I'm swagging, I'm swagging, I'm swagging on you. I'm ballin', I have a song on you.
What the hell? What the hell? What the heliante?
Ain't nobody fucking
might stop.
We gonna talk about it? I mean, fuck, I like pills, I like drugs, I like getting money, I like strippers, I like to fuck, I like day drinking and day parties in Hollywood. I like doing Hollywood shit, snorted probably would. Oopsie, made a oopsie. Don't wanna have to turn a nigga guts into soup beans.
I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream?
Girl, let's go put some miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running. Just you and me in a truck bed wide like a California king. We could break it in if you know what I mean.
I'm losing it. I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy.
Girl, let's go put some miles on it.
Somebody's watching me. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gon' bring her attitude on. You know what you like. When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gon' bring her attitude on. You know what you like.
I'm losing it.
Straighten up, little soldier. Stiffen up that upper lip. What you crying about? You got me. Haley, I know you miss your mom, and I know you miss your dad when I'm gone, but I'm trying to give you the life that I never had. I can see you sad, even when you smile, even when you laugh. I can see it in your eyes. Deep inside, you wanna cry, cause you're scared. I ain't there, daddy's with you in your prayers. No more crying, wipe them tears. Daddy's here, no more nightmares. We gon' pull together through it, we gon' do it. Laney Uncle's crazy, ain't he? Yeah, but he loves you, girl, and you better know it.
What's your name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a drink. I'm T-Pain. You know me. Convict music, never go. I go train. Oh, I'ma take it home with me. I got money in the bank. I'm in the great Cadillac. We in the bed like ooh, 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 ooh.
Why you all in my ear? Talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Yeet, yeet, I ain't playing around. Make one false move, I take you down. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Yeet, yeet, why you all in my ear? Talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that.
Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never would. Oh, no, no.
And I really like the way and I really like the way you girl, I really like the way you
Heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you?
and I really like the way you
Goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah.
And boom goes the dynamite.
know you wanna party, listen to your body. I want to get naughty, and I really like the way
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
and I really like the way you
Hiya, pal.
Sometimes I need to be alone. This don't kill my vibe. This don't kill my vibe.
I can feel your energy from 2 planets away. I got my drink, I got my music, I will share it. But today I'm yelling, this don't kill my vibe. This don't kill my vibe.
This don't kill my vibe. This don't kill my vibe.
This don't kill my vibe. This don't kill my vibe.
This don't kill my vibe. This don't kill my vibe.
Lately, no, I've been stressed, living in my head, watching us fading. Oh, baby, know that I said we could reset, no, we can't save it. Alright, you know my heartbeat don't beat for no one else. Don't feel for no one else. Don't reach for no one else. Oh, my heartbeat don't beat for no one else. Can't speak to no one else. Won't leave for no one else. You know Phase.
holding your breath. And you think I'm crazy, yeah, you think I'm crazy. Well, that's not fair.
Phase.
Well, that's not fair.
If Copperfield I must, then Copperfield I shall.
Long live cowgirls, never gonna settle on down girls. Leave you in a lonely ghost town, world where the sun don't rise. Rodeo for one night, love you like a Mustang. One hand on them giddy up brains, hole in your heart with some good aim on a goodbye ride. But it's fine 'cause it's kinda my thing. Long live cowgirls. Yeah, long live cowgirls.
Wow.
I'm so depressed, I act like it's my birthday every day. I'm so obsessed with him, but he avoids me like the plague.
Give my love to a shooting star, but you move so fast that I can't keep up. I'm chasing, I'm in love with a shooting star, but she moves so fast. When she falls, then I'll be waiting.
I was grinning like I'm winning, I was hitting my heart. 'Cause I can do it with a broken heart.
I'm in love with a shooting star, but she moves so fast.
'Cause I can do it with a broken heart. You got me burning, you got me
morning, traders! Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to absolutely everybody here. We are all set and ready to go for a big day ahead. Oh, baby, hit that thumbs on up and let's get ourselves excited. Let's see what this day is going to bring us. Bright and early on in Money Monday. It doesn't get much better. Our Money Mondays feel like Fridays to the normal person. Our Money Mondays feel like the weekend is about to come on up because most traders, most people out there in the world get excited for the weekend. We get excited for work. We get excited to kick the party off. We get ourselves excited to see what is going to be coming up for this week. How much money can we make? Because we know, again, this choppy summer months, it has not been easy. It really hasn't been. We have not seen, again, greatness in this choppy summer months. We are right now watching and waiting to see, where can we trade? What can we get ourselves involved in? Can we trade BIYA today? Can we trade SDOT today? Can we trade ADVB, HUTG, IREG? We got to figure out what is going on at this moment. So, team, I think the best thing for us to do is let's take a step back. It is currently 7:43 in the morning. Traders are coming into the markets right now and they're all asking themselves the same exact thing. What can I trade today? What can I get myself involved in today? How can I be able to trade today? And right now, as you guys can see, BIYA is on top of the leaderboard. There's nothing even remotely touching BIYA right now. If you guys look, it says BIYA has a 97% gain, 1.32 million in float. Now, why is this? How is this? Well, BIYA, 94% gain right here. It doesn't have any sort of news. There is no news at this moment. There is no credibility at this moment. If we want to go ahead and check out any sort of news, we can go over, type in BIYA. And right now here, team, what do we have? Most recent news. We could see International announces reverse stock split. So traders, actually come up here, click news, and we can see the last press release we had was on Wednesday, 7-8. Well, traders, what's today? Today's the 20th. So there's no news on this day. The last thing we have is a reverse stock split. That's the last thing we have right here. Announces a reverse stock split. Traders, we have been seeing stocks have reverse stock splits and then go on big rips and runs and go on big pops and climbs. But at this moment, there isn't anything that's jumping off the board saying, hey, this is the best stock because of this. We don't have any stock right now that is having any sort of strong news. There's no sort of strong, crazy spiker, ripper, and runner. And the thing is, I want you guys to be as smart as we possibly can. Stay smart, stay safe. What are these press releases, or what are these stocks? BKEM, BKIE. I don't really think these are up 100%. BKSE, BKMC, BKIE, BKEM. What are these? I feel like these are like weird, like ETFs or something that's not real. Yeah, so these, guys, ignore all these BKIE, BKIE, BKSE. I'm not really seeing why those are up at this time. But even this, it says BKIE is at $99. You guys can see BKEM is at $88. So this must be some sort of another weird reverse stock split ETF type weird thing. Because you could see like BKEM is at $29 and it says that $88. You could see again BKMC, it's the same exact thing. It's $35, says at $120. It's not really at these prices. So these guys I would completely ignore in every single way. So if you are looking at the top gainers, it might say BKME, BKIE, BKMC, BKSE. Ignore all those. Those are again just like fake Fugazi plays. Really, the number one top gainer is BIYA. BIYA, 94% gain. Again, very low float at this time. And really what it comes on down to is they had a reverse stock split 2 weeks ago. Traders, does this really mean anything for us? No. This is just the fact that we have a low float stock that traders are trying to get excited on. Notice, what's the number one top gainer of the day? BIYA with 1.32 million in float. Notice, what's the number two top gainer on the day? SDOT with less than 1 million in float. Notice, what's the number three top gainer on the day? 860K in float. Remember, traders, how does the way that float works? Float works by, again, having the amount of shares available to the public. Let's imagine there are, let's just say 100 shares available to the public. And let's just say that there are 2 million people, right? There are 2 million people who want these 100 shares. Well, guys, guess what these 2 million people are going to do? They are going to fight. They are going to outbid each other. They are going to do everything they can to get their hands on that 100 shares, which is going to make the price increase dramatically. What if a stock had 2 million shares? If a stock had 2 million shares available and there were 2 million people that wanted it and everyone wanted to buy one share, it'd be nice and calm and easy. There wouldn't be any price spike. There wouldn't be any crazy rip and run because there's not any sort of crazy high demand. When you have crazy high demand, that's where you have chaoticness, craziness. Has anyone ever seen that movie back in the day called Jingle All the Way? This was like a Christmas movie back with Arnold. And again, it's all about finding the Turbo Man. And the whole entire movie is there's such a low supply of Turbo Mans and the whole entire world wants one. So guess what happens? You have the craziness. You have people and parents sprinting in the mall, fighting each other, biting each other. It's pure chaos. And that's because you have a very low supply and a high demand, which leads to, again, chaotic prices, crazy rips and runs, crazy everything. So the thing that I want you guys to know is the same exact thing in the stock market. When you have a very low supply of something, such as 1.32 million in flow, and you have a high demand of something, that is when stocks have the best chance to be able to go on a very nice spike, rip, and run. So BIYA doesn't have, let's say, a great press release behind it. It's just every single trader is waking up this morning saying, I want to trade something. Oh, BIYA is the #1 top gainer. Why is it? It's only 1.32 million in float. I want a piece of the action. I want a piece of the action. I want a piece of the action. And BIYA goes on a very nice rip and run and spike and climb. So I definitely want you guys to be able to see BIYA, how much higher can this play actually get up towards? How much higher can this play, rip and run and be able to continue to spike at this time? So right now here, traders, we are again continuously keeping our eyes peeled. Seeing again, BIYA is the best one. 875 most likely going to be holding up as some sort of line of resistance. S-Dot has also been kind of chugging along, right? Trying to see if S-Dot's going to get any sort of rip. Wooden Face, Sean, do you have any requirement regarding the percentage required on a gainer before you make a trade? Not at all. If you see a great press release, let's say again at 8 o'clock, all of a sudden hot news comes on out, and let's say the press release states, stock XYZ has 100% cured breast cancer. If you take our drug, you will no longer have any sort of breast cancer. If you saw that press release, are you going to sit there and say, well, I only wait until, again, a stock spikes 30% before I buy it? If you see a press release that says Tesla has now given full partnership to a small, $1 stock, go ahead and pull the trigger. If you see Apple gives XYZ $100 million to become the next big, pull the trigger. You don't need to wait for any percentage move before you're like, okay, now let me pull the trigger. Because why, again, miss out? Okay, hey, you want to wait for a big green candle? That's fine. I understand it, just to make sure buying volume's going in there. But that means now you possibly are chasing. Now you're possibly buying at the top. Now you're possibly getting in late. So again, when it comes down to especially trying to be able to make as much money as possible, we want to be able to try to get in as early as possible. Mask, guys, came out with a press release. Custom Edge AI SoCal architecture for Aladdin robots, 426,000 in float. Very low float. Remember, guys, my, again, Fox Runner scanners are set from 0 to 30 million in float. So just a heads on up, my Fox Runner scanner is 0 to 30 million float. Deck, I don't like lower float plays. I only like playing blue chips. Okay, Deck, if you only like playing blue chips, do 50 million in float. Maybe do 50 million in float all the way to 300 million in float, right? So again, if you want to, again, change your Fox Runner scanner to, let's say, bigger float stocks, you guys could do that. And you guys get plays that are bigger floats out there. So again, you don't even worry about, again, some of these smaller plays, right? Hey, Deck, I only want to be playing stocks that are, $45 and above. Right? Okay, then again, go ahead and do that. So now you're only getting news on stocks that are large floats that are above the price of $45. You know what I mean? So again, just want to throw this out here, traders. I use Fox Runner every single day because, again, I love trading hot news, low floats, and that big action. But some people are like, oh, again, I don't need it because I don't, I don't want to, I don't trade low floats. Guys, just put it for larger floats. Put it for, again, bigger price stocks. Have a watch list. So again, you're getting alerts on, again, whatever stocks you want. Netflix, Amazon, Google, getting them sent to your phone. Make sure, again, you go over and, again, watch all the congressional trading and see what Nancy Pelosi is buying and selling right away. So again, no matter what, right? You guys are all set, ready to go. But if you're a blue chip trader, absolutely, guys, you can go over and set it so that you're only getting large float plays, larger cap stocks. You guys are all set, ready to go, watching the headline CPI data, PPI data. But again, I just like to throw that out there. But yes, I always have it for lower float plays because that's what I personally like to do. So I'm going to turn off the current price. I'm going to go back to 30 million, put this to 0, and go back to, again, lower float stocks that have the best chance. So 426,000, 1.9 million. You know, the stocks that can really get chaotic for us at the start of the day. But that's really the secret. Again, low float plays. And again, I don't care if it's, you know, I don't set price. I don't set like $5 and below. Because I like playing stocks that are $12 or $18 or sometimes $20 or $9. Whatever has the best press release, I just want to be aware of it. So right now here, traders, we are again just staying alert, staying ready, and staying on top of this on every single sense. Right now, we are putting ourselves in the best positions possible. Good morning to everybody. 7:53 in the market, 7:53 here in this morning. S&P 500 trying to get back on up towards around that 750-ish mark. So the S&P 500 has now gone from 630 all the way down towards the lows of 2026, and we have ripped and rallied all the way up to 760. That's still the high that we have been struggling to break for the last 2 months. Yes, guys, for 2 months now, we have struggled to break above that 200-day moving average. If you guys take a look at the S&P 500, what do you guys have right here? Top resistance gives it all back. Top resistance gives it all back. Top resistance gives it all back. We are looking for a break of 755 to try to squeeze and rip our way on up. So again, S&P 500, if we can break through that 755 mark, that's where we can squeeze and rip on up. That's where we can get a nice spike. That's where we can get a nice climb. So top resistance, top resistance, top resistance comes up to 755. We're looking for that pop and, pop here. So I want to see, can we get anything great? Traders, we got a few minutes here to the next big rip and run, next big press release. Good morning to everyone. Right now here, traders, we are again sitting back, staying smart. 7:55 a.m. We got about 4 minutes until the next press release wave, and we'll be all set to kind of kick this party off. Good morning to everybody. I hope everyone is excited on this day. We can see we have a lot of like IREG plays as well, or IREN. IREG is a 2x long ETF of IREN. We have IRE. IRE right here. This is again a 2x long of IREN. Guys, look at this little AMC action. Little AMC trying to climb on up here a little bit. Now, team, what would you guys say has been the common pattern over the last, let's say, few days, or let's say the last few weeks? We have been seeing a lot of spikes to drops, a lot of hard rips and runs to, again, kind of pump and dumps. Absolutely. So it kind of has seemed like whatever has spiked and ripped and ran right off the gates doesn't hold very long, which means you got to take your profits quickly and you got to be able to lock them in. You got to be able to take profits quickly. You got to be able to lock them in. You got to be able to walk away a winner. That is so important for every single person so that you guys are all set here, okay? So right now here, traders, 757 in the market. 3 minutes until the next press release wave. Everyone get yourself prepared, ready to go. I did do some adjustments actually over the weekend over on my Fox Runner scanner. I actually did change some things. I actually kind of redid a lot of my keywords and kind of, you know, made them into a little bit more clear. You know, I kind of put all the words I really love, like 3-star words and 4-star words, into gold. Then again, you know, I have, so like anything that's gold-wise has to do kind of more with like drug trials, phase, positive, significant, demonstrates, treatment, survival, cancer, endpoints. That's kind of more like drug trials in a way. Anything in red is what I don't like. And then again, you guys could see like 1-star words are kind of in purple. Completes, patent, accepts, special, merger. Anything that's in green or blue is 2-star words. Agreement, partnership. So again, it's kind of like, you know, I went through it and kind of just reorganized it in a little bit of a cleaner fashion for myself at least, just so I'll be all set. But this is what I mean. Like my 3-star words are in gold. 3-star, 4-star words I really like are in gold. 2-star words are in green or blue, and then 1-star words are in purple. So just a little heads up, just, you know, just so it's not sporadic for myself, not so it's so random for myself. I did again kind of switch up my keywords a little bit, kind of just make them in a little bit more clear, crispy way to be able to follow it. So gold is still my favorite keywords. Green and blue are great. Purple's kind of like, you know, patent. You know, you can see a little patent press release right there in purple. Partnership, that's a 2-star word, right? You see again, positive phase 2, those are in gold. So I just wanted to kind of make it nice, clean, crispy, and easy for myself. I'll post that keyword list right now over in chat so that you guys have that as well over on TradeCaster. All right, traders, here we go. Less than 30 seconds till the next press release wave. Guys, let's see what we can do here. Obviously, right now it is Money Monday. We are looking to be able to make a trade, get ourselves ready to go on the first trade of this week. If that means we are going to look to short, if that means we're looking to get ourselves involved in plays right away, let's see what we can do on this Money Monday. I'm excited and I'm looking forward to it. So sometimes, traders, all we need to do is just jump in on plays right as we see the action to be able to make that quick money and that quick cash. So let's see what comes out. Remember, traders, this is how, again, stock trading works. Number 1, press release comes out. People find the press release, they like it, they buy it. Stock increases in price. If it's a great press release, it might hold its gains. If not, the stock will spike somewhere between 70 to 100% and just come crashing right back on down. So we do have, again, a couple press releases starting to come on out right here, as we can see. We are seeing, again, merger, private placement. Those are, again, some key words. We do have oral presentation, talks about positive endpoints. But, again, that is more of a presentation, not actual results right now. Results have already come out. Let's see what else we have here. See if anything big is getting that momentum. LMFA, little bit of momentum. LMFA, little bit of hype, nothing too crazy just yet. LMFA, guys, small little pop, but again, nothing too crazy right now. Talks about funding corporate name to it wants to change its name. Nothing too crazy right there. ATHR talks about data center infrastructure partnership. ATHR, data center infrastructure partnership. That is a pretty good press release, but again, no volume right now. It says ATHR, $4 stock, only $3 million in float, wants to expand its data center infrastructure with Ether Computer, which is a virtual grid partnership. No buying volume whatsoever. So right now, traders, no buying volume, no hype, no momentum, no action, no strong ripping and running at this time. Right now, we are absolutely fine, no big rip. We have press releases, but nothing is, again, going on big spikes just yet. So we have press releases, but we don't have big spikes. SDOT is trying to continuously push itself on up. Let's see here. NXPL talks about a special strengthened credentials of new order. Nope, nothing there yet either. So we are, again, keeping our eyes peeled on all of the best hype and momentum and action. And I want to see, like, are we going to be able to see any stock be able to, again, continue to push, continue to rip, and continue to run? Right now, BIYA, no. SDOT, no. HUTG, IRE. A little bit of a waiting game, guys. A little bit of a waiting game. A little bit of just watching, sitting on our hands. Oh man, it stinks. I hate when we have nothing. I want to trade. right, guys? It's like basically how I feel mentally is, again, you're putting me in a straitjacket right now. And again, you're tying me as tight as you possibly can. My arms are locked in. I can't get to my mouse. I'm trying to gnaw at the straitjacket a little bit. Trying to get myself out. Just can't right now. I want to see a little bit of hype. I want to see a little bit of momentum. I want to see something get a little spicy up in here. But we don't got any spice right now. Right now, we are, again, sitting on our hands. No spice at this moment. No spice at this time here, traders. So right now, guys, all we're doing at this moment is we are sitting on our hands. We don't want to put ourselves in any sort of bad position at all. So right now here, team, we don't need to do anything right now. Guys, let's take a moment, okay? What is the best way to get prepared every single day? Well, we already went through, again, all the top gainers. We went through BIYA, 1.32 million in float. There's no action there. S-Dot is a previous top gainer from, again, Friday. Stock did spike, has a little gap up, trying to continue to spike its way right now. We don't need it, though, right now at this moment. There is nothing else that is too great right now at this time. We are seeing very little hype, very little action, very little momentum so far on this Money Monday. So what I want to do at this time is, again, just get ourselves fully prepared. Number one, let's make sure, again, we have nothing but confidence. Every single person, let's just see what is the number one top gainer with, again, news or filing. Guys, how ridiculous is this? The number one top gainer with news today is saying FGMC. FGMC, the news that it has is it's going to be trading under a new ticker symbol, BXBL. That's the best press release we have right now. Hey, guys, what's the best stock so far? FGMC spiked 65% because they're going to change its name. I mean, guys, that's where we're at right now. You guys can see AMC. AMC did come out with a good solid press release right here. It says AMC, again, comes out with its earnings report. So just little heads on up here, guys. We are seeing AMC earnings report. That is something worth alerting. That is something that most traders should be aware of. That is a play. That is obviously is Wall Street Bets number one bread and butter. Is, again, a stock that the majority of traders in the world are looking at that are retail traders. And I bet you in the world right now, probably every single like ape is going crazy saying AMC, AMC. Guys, it's up currently 14%. It does have good earnings. That's great. Do I think it's going to spike to $500? The answer is no. I do not. But if we want to take a look at what are the best press releases so far, we have FGMC talks about a name change, going again, changing its name on BXBL. We have AMC, which did come out with an earnings report. And we do have HUT. And was it an earnings report? I just want to see real quick. It says attracts $4.3 million. Yeah, an earnings report right here. But I know it says that it attracts 4.3 million users to go see the Odyssey. Pop quiz, guys. Who here went to go see the Odyssey over the weekend? This guy did. Wow, Deck, you're so special. Thanks. People ask me, team, they say, how was the movie, The Odyssey? This is my honest answer. My honest answer is, first off, I love Chris Nolan. He's one of the best directors ever. Interstellar, incredible. Interstellar might be my favorite movie ever. Inception, great movie. The Dark Knight Rises, great movie. The Dark Knight, like, great movie, great movie, great movie. Now, with that being stated, I go in with no biased opinion. I went in to the Odyssey not even knowing technically what it was about. I didn't read the book. I didn't know any of that. But I am saying, out of a Greek mythology movie, I personally don't believe you can have a better movie. Now, if you're saying, hey, I don't like that type of stuff, you're not going to like it. If you're saying, ooh, well, I want a really scary movie, well, then you're just not going to like it. But I will say, I thought the movie was as good as done as you could possibly ever make an Odyssey type movie. So in that reason, I give it like a 10 out of 10. Like, is it worth spending $14 to go watch? Yes, it is. Is it worth, again, taking the boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever you're into nowadays out to, yes, it is. It was an excellent, excellent movie in my eyes. But I don't like woke stuff. Guys, there is no woke stuff in the movie, to be honest. It is literally just a movie. So I went in with zero expectations because I really didn't even know what it was about. I came out and saying that was an excellent movie. It was excellent. A little slow at first. There's kind of like 6 different storylines going at first, but it all comes together. I'm not going to give any spoilers away, but it was a great movie, I thought. It's not a super fast, high action movie. It's not. It's a little bit like slower, but not like Dunkirk slow. You know what I'm talking about? If anyone saw Dunkirk, I was like bored out of my mind. I wasn't like a fan of that one. So right now here, traders, we are again waiting and watching. Seeing where, again, this hype is going to be going at. Right now, no strong momentum right here. But again, FGMC, let's just see. Does FGMC actually have any sort of big gap up or no? FGMC, any sort of big gap up? I mean, FGMC, is this halted right now? Like, last trading 755 on Friday. I don't even know if this is even tradable right now. Has this just been halted the entire time? Let me, so we got a few things we got to be aware of. Number 1, again, AMC, got to be aware of that. And number 2, FGMC is, I want to see real quick. Someone fill me in. Am I taking crazy pills right now? Why is FGMC, is that not available to trade at this moment? Or did they just like get delisted or what's going on here? FGMC 7-17 was last time you could trade it. So why is it saying it's gapping up here today? I don't know. Maybe that's an error. Maybe there's a mistake there. So we do have VCIG and HUT. What does HUT's chart pattern look like? HUT, guys, has gone all the way from $92 up to 106. So we do have, again, some hype and momentum over there. So right now here, team, let's see what else we got going on here, okay? Every single person right now, click analyst alerts. Let's go down to the very bottom and let's work our way on up. So traders, let's go on down to the very bottom here, okay? Let's make sure that we are all set and we will see where this action is going to take us. So, best way to get prepared. We already went through all the top gainers. Let's just see what the analysts are saying over on Fox Runner to get ourselves prepared for this week. It says, get ready for another busy week of earnings ahead. Traders, as you guys can see, Monday, AMC earnings came out. Monday, Domino's Pizza. Is there anything too crazy this afternoon? No. What's the biggest earnings we're going to have? Wednesday Tesla, Wednesday Google, Wednesday ServiceNow, Wednesday IBM. We will be having, again, earnings coming up Wednesday on some of the biggest earnings. Today, tomorrow, nothing too crazy, still great to be aware of. So this is this entire week in detail, as in before the open, after the close, before the open, after the close. You also do have the entirety of the schedule of what's kind of like the most important. So you can see like Wednesday, you do have Tesla and IBM and ServiceNow. So if you just want to kind of have an overall schedule, you guys can take a look right here. So, you know, next week, traders, just a little heads up, is the big week. Next week, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon. This is when we're going to have a little bit more craziness and a little bit more chaoticness. We still have some big earnings this week, right? But I do want you guys to just be aware that next week is where, again, it's going to be nuts. Next week is like the full earnings, okay? Want to make sure you guys are all set. We did have Domino's Pizza come on out. Domino's Pizza DPZ Q2 2026 earnings highlights. Domino's Pizza is getting a little bit of a spike at this moment, did come out with earnings. This is what I like. I like all the interesting things that Fox Runner posts. It says the VIX Wall Street fear gauge predicting the next drop. It says the VIX Wall Street Fear Gauge, the CBO Volatility Index, commonly known as the VIX, serves as Wall Street's premier fear gauge, measuring expected market volatility over the next 30 days. While widely followed, the VIX is frequently misunderstood and misused by investors. When applied correctly, it provides a powerful framework for timing entries, managing risk, and protecting capital. So how to use the VIX effectively? Traders, you probably have heard this before. The VIX indicator, VIX. Now again, in simple terms, the VIX is the fear gauge. When the VIX is high, fear is high. When fear is high, it's usually because there's bad things going on in the world, bad global events, bad global financial economy, whatever it could be. When the VIX is high, you want to get out of trades, you want to hold your money tight. So, aggressive buying opportunity. When you see the VIX is above 30-35, elevated signals of extreme fear and market distress, historically the most attractive period for long-term investors. Reduce risk, take profits. When you see the VIX below 12 to 15, that means we have extremely low levels and complacency, which means overconfidence. So basically here, guys, every single time that the VIX has been above 50, okay? Every single time that the VIX has been above 50, we have seen a crash. The dot-com bubble, global financial crisis, COVID, 2022 bear market, 2025 tariffs. So what can you guys see right here? Take a look at the past. Take a look at how crazy this is. Every time the VIX is above a 50, we have seen a dump. We have seen a crash. We have seen weakness. Let me move this off to the side right here so you guys can even get a better view of it. 2002, the VIX is right around a 50. 2008, 2009, right? We are all the way up towards 90. 2011, we are at 60. 2015, China sell-off. 2018, here it's again back in COVID. 2020, we are up near 85. 2022, bear market from, again, fear just because of inflation. We did have 2024, 2025 tariff crash. So right now here, traders, the VIX is not at any level of concern. Just a heads on up. We are not at any level of concern at this moment. But just heads on up, if you guys want to follow the VIX, the fear index, whenever we do see our big spikes, traders, that is a time that you want to actually, and I know I was kind of confusing you earlier, if you are holding on to plays, right, and you see the VIX moving on up, that means fear is building. As fear is building, that's where you guys can lead towards a sell-offs. So you basically have two options. You see the VIX moving on up, get out, take your profits. When the VIX is at an 80 or 70 or 60, that's the time to buy. And you might say, Deck, why would I want to buy with extreme fear? Because that's the time that you have the lowest prices. When the markets are dumping, that's not the time to run away. When the markets are dumping and it seems like there's nothing left, that's the time you buy. Traders, one of the best ways, I know again, so many people, let me change the camera real quick, guys. Give me 2 seconds, I'll change the camera. We're coming back here. El Gato. Okay, guys. So basically, again, people love looking at the VIX on when they should buy and sell. What's my cheat sheet? What do I always tell you guys to be able to look at, to be able to buy and sell? I always say go over to a monthly time frame over on the S&P 500. Remember, guys, there are multiple different ways to know exactly when to buy over on the S&P 500. Fox Hunter right now is saying the VIX, VIX. Whenever you're above a 50 on VIX, it has always been a great time to buy. I don't think there has ever been a time that the VIX has been above a 50 that hasn't been a great time to buy. Okay? Now, what do I always say? I always say switch out your S&P 500 and go to a monthly chart. Have, again, two indicators. Have the 13 EMA and the 50-day moving average, and obviously on a monthly chart, it will be the 13 EMA on the monthly, and again, the 50-month moving average. You will always have two perfect areas to buy. And this is where I've been buying for my retirement account the last 5 years. Traders, where do I always buy? Two areas. Number one, you guys can always buy at the 50-month moving average. There has not been a time in the last, again, I don't even know, 20 years that the 50-month moving average has not been the perfect buy entry. Every single time you come on down towards the 50-month moving average, it is the perfect buy entry. Now, guys, this is how we bought perfectly back in 2022. We bought perfectly. I bought the lowest day back in 2025, if you guys remember. How amazing was that? In 2026, does anyone know? I bought the perfect day as well. And what day was that? Was the 13 EMA. Traders, there's always, again, 2 perfect areas that you can buy. First off is going to be the 13 EMA on the monthly chart, which will not happen as often, but will always be a great area to be able to just add something. And the bottom area, where usually like a recession would happen, is more, again, next to the 50-month moving average. 50-month moving average bounce, 50-month moving average bounce, 50-month moving average, you go underneath it, big bounce, 50-month moving average bounce, 50-month moving average bounce. That's going to be more of like our 2020s, our, again, 2025 tariffs, 2022 inflation, 2020 pandemic. Like the 50-month moving average is always kind of like max fear. The majority of the time is just 13 EMA bounce, 13 EMA bounce, 13 EMA bounce. That will be the majority of the time that I want you guys to kind of be aware of. Okay? So make sure that you guys are understanding that over on the S&P 500, but there are always great areas for you guys to be able to pull the trigger. So again, our last main alerts was last year we bought in at the exact bottom. I believe it was Monday, April 13th, the exact day. And also this year we got a little lucky again and we bought in on the exact day. Why? Because we came on down to the 50-month moving average. And also why? Because I saw we went underneath the 13 EMA on the monthly chart. And I said, you know what, guys, I'm adding something to my retirement account. So each time it has worked out absolutely perfect. And that's my favorite. But as you guys can see right here, the VIX is a great way to do it as well. All right. Just by, again, taking a look over on VIX. And just saying, hey, market buy and sell sheet. I'm trying to give you guys these cheat sheets. I'm trying to give you guys the easy answers right now so that you guys can be able to make as much money as humanly possible. What else do we have at this time? Stock futures rise as oil pulls back and chip stocks rebound. Stock futures rise as oil pulls back, chip stocks rebound. U.S. stock futures are trading higher to begin this week as oil prices retreat from overnight highs and semiconductor stocks recover following last week's sharp sell-off. So you guys can see Dow Jones futures, 131 points, S&P 500 futures, NASDAQ 100 futures. So you guys can see right here what we have, where we do have, again, Brent tops $90 as war threatens Hamas flows. So oil is moving on up. Usually, guys, as we know, as oil moves on up, that usually leads to the S&P 500 dropping. And it just comes on down to the pure fact here, team. I mean, I don't know. These are my thoughts. And I've said it like last week and the week before. Is that we are getting to the point with this Iran war that it's just oversaturated. It's almost like a point of I don't care. And maybe that sounds mean to say, but we're almost at a point that I don't care. Every day as an investor, it says we have opened up the Strait of Hormuz. Then the next day it says we are closing the Strait of Hormuz. Then the next day it says Trump has made a deal with Iran. Then Iran says we've made a deal with Trump. And then Iran says, hey, you guys shot down a ship, so we're going to blow up one of your ships. Now the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Just kidding, now it's open. No, we're going to shoot down one of your ships. Now, every day, guys, it's this. It's almost like, oh my goodness, please stop. You ever watch like a TV drama where it's like, okay, hey, this is interesting. This is like, ooh, I like this drama. And it's fun to watch maybe for like the first season. And then the second season, it's like, okay, I get it. This is stupid at this point, right? It's the same thing over and over and over again. That's how I feel. I feel like it's just a whole bunch of nonsense, just people exchanging money back and forth. And basically, again, it means a whole bunch of nothing. Like that's kind of like, it's almost like the vibe right now, you know? So it's like, is oil going to go up? Yes. Now again, is the S&P 500 going to go up? Yes. Is oil going to go down most likely tomorrow? Yes. And then the S&P 500 goes down again later on this week? Yes. It's like, it's just so oversaturated, so played out that we just see it happen so often. It's just like annoying now that it's like, let's move on from it. Let's move on. You know? What's another way, guys? 8 and 21 EMA have also predicted bull and bear markets. So kind of sticking on this topic here, traders, we are seeing again the S&P 500 8 and 21 moving average cross a reliable market timing. the 8 period and the 21 period exponential moving averages on the S&P 500 form one of the most practical and consistent effective trends to follow in technical analysis. When the 8-day crosses the 21-day moving average, it generates a bullish signal. So guys, look at this. Every time the 8 EMA has crossed the 20 EMA, it has led to a bullish signal. Every time it's crossed on the downside, it's led to a bear signal. So, I mean, you know what's so neat and so cool? Is that there's so many ways to be able to predict the market. If that's short term, if that's long term, if that's, again, you just saying to yourself, hey, you know what, how can I be able to trade this? I mean, guys, let's think about this. All right, the VIX is all the way down towards 5. Fear and confidence, or excuse me, confidence and greed is too high. Get ready for a pullback. The VIX is up to above 50. The markets are pulling on back. Guess what? The VIX is again up above a 50. Get ready to again hammer in some money. That means again fear is so high up, people are scared to trade. Stocks are at lows. Hey, let's get ready for another dip, buy, and bounce play. S&P 500, 50-month moving average. Get ready for that bounce play. 13 EMA on the monthly chart. Get ready for that bounce play. What about, again, how do I know when a bull market's coming? When the 8 EMA crosses the 21 EMA. Now, again, we got bull markets right here. I mean, so many different cool ways to be able to understand, like, which way this market's going to be going. And it's so nice to get these little hints and tricks here. Key events this week you need to know: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Make sure, again, you guys are aware. It's more about earnings this week, to be frank with you. So more earnings this week. We already talked about oil and gas. What else do we have here, traders? NASDAQ 100 year-to-date performance leaders and laggards. So NASDAQ 100, what's the best performers so far this year? SNDK and MU. SNDK 471% gain, MU 197% gain. Notable laggers, guys, ISRG and INTU. I do remember ISRG. ISRG, guys, is supposed to be an AI stock that has to do with surgeries. Basically, they would have like robots be able to see exactly everything needed perfectly to be able to do surgeries perfectly. Now, ISRG is one of the worst losers. Is that a thing? Worst loser? Is that like a double negative? Is one of the biggest losers of 2026. ISRG, INTU, two massive losers. Now, they're both, again, $300 stocks. You know, like, they're still good companies. Are they potential dip buys coming on up? Make sure you guys are aware of that. MU and SNDK, while these are the best, are they overbought? Right? That's what you guys need to understand. While they are one of the best, are they overbought? That's the other thing that you guys need to be aware of here. What else is this, guys? SpaceX. SpaceX is following our prediction model perfectly. Yes, yes, yes. Traders, I mean, this cannot be any more clear. It really can't be. This is one of the most clear, one of the easiest, one of the things that I've been stating for a very long time. You can see it's right here as well over on Fox Runner, where it says SpaceX is following our prediction model perfectly. SpaceX, back on June 12th, during the SpaceX IPO, we warned investors about the standard IPO cycle and how SpaceX would most likely fall into the standard pattern. As of July 20th, the pattern has been spot on. While SpaceX is truly an incredible company, investors must realize that this IPO pattern happens with more than 75% of the time when large IPOs hit the market. So, we expect to see great climbing from SpaceX after its 6 to 8 month period of consolidation. As of now, we are at number 3 in the image below. So traders, let me ask you, does this look like SpaceX? Number 1, IPO excitement, early buyers push prices on up. Hey, we're the first ones to buy SpaceX, a multi-trillion-dollar company. This is going to be amazing. Retail buys the top, FOMO kicks in, valuations are stretched, pure euphoria. That means, again, people start locking in profits. Retail sells the bottom, panic, capitulation, losses locked in. Everyone right now, July 20th, everyone hates SpaceX right now. A month and a half ago, we couldn't get enough. Now everyone says SpaceX sucks. Now, obviously, it doesn't really suck. It just kind of goes down to that's the sentiment at this moment. Now, what we're going to have is most likely 6 to 8 to 1 to 2 years of just sideways movement before institutions start entering and we start getting the really big rip and run that we all know and love. So traders, does this right here look like SpaceX? And so far, it would be spike, hit the top, drop, and start finding some sort of bottom. Well, it says we are at number 3 on the image below. Let's see here, guys. If we scroll on down, very big spike, euphoria, stock starting to drop, and now we're starting to fade all the way back on down. I would say absolutely we're at point number 3. Very big spike. We have the rip, the run. We're buying because we're early. Now again, we're buying the top. Retail traders, I can't miss out on SpaceX. Everyone sells it on off. Now we're finally starting to find some sort of bottom area where again, we are at point number 3 at this moment, where we still have longer and lower to go before again, we start getting that next big spike and rip and run all the way back on up. So it makes it simple. It makes it easy, traders. I have not touched SpaceX at all, and I'll tell you right now, I love SpaceX. I love Starlink. I love the whole space economy. Not only do I think it's cool, but at the same time, again, Elon Musk essentially has a monopoly on the satellite game at this moment. It's insane. So do I like SpaceX? Absolutely I like SpaceX, guys. But at the same time, I want you guys to realize it's most likely going to fall down towards like $95 first. I'm not touching this play above 100. We fall underneath again $100, then I'll start getting myself involved in SpaceX. That's when I'll start liking SpaceX. All right. So make sure that you guys are all set, ready to go, and understanding what we have at this moment. Here is again BIYA, news last week of a reverse stock split. So again, that was a little while ago, BIYA. IREN, guys, IREN did come out with a $2.8 billion in new customer contracts. IREN, this one did have a lot of like, you know, ETFs behind it. So IREN, this was a stock that did have, you know, big spike, you know, and now it's just sitting at $37 at this moment. You guys can see IREG, that's an ETF off IREN. IRE, that's another ETF off, you know, IREN. So there's a lot of hype and momentum right there, making sure that you guys are all set. So this is how, again, every single morning I get myself prepared. Every single morning I get myself ready to go. Every single morning I make sure, again, that we are all set to see where the hype and momentum and action is going to be going at this time. So let's see now what comes up at 8:30. Let's see now where this momentum and action is going to be going at 8:30. Let's see where the hype and, you know, big spiking is going to be. But yes, guys, every single morning, if I said what's the best way to get prepared, every single person should be having Fox Runner. So if you guys do not have Fox Runner, make sure you guys get it. It is, again, on your phone as well, which you get push notifications. You guys do get all these keyword alerts, you know, trade activity, voice alerts, all that good stuff. If you have not, you guys do get a 30% off and a free 30-day pass with, again, code FOXY. FOXY, guys, is again the code to get 30% off and a free 30-day pass. Make sure you guys go check that on out. Go sign up right now if you guys have not yet, because again, this is by far the best scanner for pre-market, just to get yourself fully prepared and understanding what you guys should be looking at and what you guys should be trading. It is just so important for every single person to be using. So make sure you guys go check it on out. There is a free version as well. So regardless if you're on the free version, if you're on the paid version, if you're on the premium, if you're on the app, every single person should use it. It's by far the best pre-market software that I've ever used. So check it on out. Other than that, 8:30, we're back over to Fox Runner right here to see if we get any sort of big spiking, ripping, and running at the 8:30 news. All news is coming on out right now. All news is coming out right here and right now. Let's see if we get anything big at the time of 8:30 so that we're all set. I want to try to find a trade, guys. Don't you? Don't you guys want to find a trade? Don't you guys want to find some money? Don't you guys want to find some profits here? Don't you guys want to find, again, some sort of rip and run? Come on now. What do we got? Where's the big spike? BAOS. Let's go ahead and take a look. BAOS, a little bit of action right now. Little bit, but not too much just yet. $2.40 up to $3 and then right back on down to $2.76. Let's see if we get anything good. But, you know, I want to ask you guys a question here. You know, and let's just see really quickly if anything does spike. Right now, again, BAOS is the best bet, as you guys can see at this moment. Let's see if we can get above $3, though. I mean, if you guys want to, maybe a possible short at $3. You guys could look at that as well. BAOS here, traders watching and waiting and staying alert. So, team, I want to ask you guys an important question. Why do you think this market has been like this? Why do you guys believe that the market has been like essentially choppy? Why do you guys believe that the market has been essentially like, it's kind of been iffy, hasn't it? Is it because, let's just kind of think about this, team. Is it because it's summer? Do you guys think that's an issue? That maybe it's just summer right now. And since it's summertime, we do have less buyers. Well, Deck, why is there less buyers? Because it's summer. Well, because we have less buyers because parents are with what? Parents are with their kids. Parents are, again, on vacation. A lot of traders and parents, or it doesn't have to just be parents, it could just be investors, are, outside and not in front of their computers. A part of it is seasonality. Traders, think about this. Why do stocks go up? Because you have people buying. The more people that are in front of their computer and buying and purchasing and putting money into the markets, the higher stocks will climb. The higher stocks will rip and run. When we don't have people in front of the markets, that's where we do see a lot of stocks move sideways. And we don't have as much ripping and running just because people are saying, where is everyone? So sometimes, again, it is summer. It is basically like weather-based, where when we have, let's say, a lot of beautiful weather, and again, everyone's outside and people are vacationing and people are hanging out with their kids, and again, people are not in front of their computers, we do have less volume. We have less volume. We have less action. We have less activity in the market because of that. Now, guys, let's think about this in a different way. What happens? What happens right around Labor Day? Right? What happens as we go into October? What happens as, again, the weather starts changing? Well, guys, it starts getting colder. If you start getting colder and we start seeing, kids are back in school, and again, summer is over and there's no more vacations. Well, guess what, guys? Now people are inside. And as people are inside, that means we do start seeing people start going on very big rips and runs. Another way to think about this is, what was the best year we ever had in the stock market? Or one of the best years. Not the best year, but I would say, again, 2020, right? 2020, 2021. And that was, again, the COVID year. What happened during COVID? Every single person in the world had to stay inside. Since we had to stay inside, people were looking for things to do. Hey, let me buy NFTs. Let me buy cryptocurrencies. Let me try to make internet money. Let me try to make money again throughout, again, the stock market. Let me pick up a new hobby. And that's where we saw stocks going crazy. So every single fall and winter and early spring, we basically have a mini COVID where, again, people are stuck inside. They want to do something, aka trade, which is why sometimes we have the biggest spikes and rips and runs. So is part of it seasonality? Is that a reason why maybe we don't have as many big spikes, rips, and runs at this time? Is maybe part of it at this time because of, again, the Iran, what we have with Iran right now? Could it be, again, let's just kind of go back to summer where we have a lot of choppiness? Could it be because, again, we do have Iran and, again, the USA battling over oil? And, again, oil is usually like an inverse ETF towards the S&P 500. When oil goes up, the SPY goes down. And then on top of that, guys, not only do we have, Iran battling for oil right here, but this does bring in fear and uncertainty, which makes people don't want to be able to trade as much as well. So we have summer, we have Iran, and again, the USA, which is battling over oil, which has fear. What else do we have here? Guys, we have the AI bubble, which has popped, right? We had the AI bubble, which is completely popped at this point. You might say, Deck, what do you mean the AI bubble has popped? The S&P 500 is sitting up next to record highs. Traders, the AI bubble is completely popped. The AI bubble is popped in every single sense and form. Like, if you don't think the AI bubble has popped, then again, you are just living in complete la-la land. Let me show you, traders. Every single play, the average AI play right now is down 85%. Anything that has to do with nuclear. We have SMR. We have OKLO. We have stocks that have to do with space, RDY. We have, again, data centers, NVTS. Oracle right now, guys, is down 62%. ASTS is down 58%. IO&Q quantum computing is down 57%. PL space stock is down 57%. Supermicro computer is down 56%. AAOI is down again 56%. IREN data center is down 54%. ONDS data center is down 53%. Energy is down TE 51%. ServiceNow is down 50%. CoreWeave, creating different AI chips, is down 50%. Applied Digital is down 43%. OUST down 42%. ARM Chipmaker is down 42%. Bloom Energy is down 39%. Nibius, a data center, is currently down at this time, 38%. Palantir is down 38%. Marvel is down 38%. WDC, one of the best companies this year, is now currently down 31%. VST Power Company is down at this time 30%. Traders, Microsoft is down 30%. I don't know, again, what else you need to be like, oh, what do you... Guys, the AI bubble has completely popped in every single sense and form right now. So again, people are seeing this in two different ways. People are either saying to themselves, hey, well, guess what? We are either going to, A, get ready for dip buys and be able to buy when everyone's running away, or B, we sit on our hands a little bit and we wait and we watch and we see again what's going to be coming on up here next. Where is momentum going to be going? Where is, again, the action going to be? Right? So, like, right now at this time, we are seeing the AI bubble completely pop, but people don't realize it because the S&P 500 is still sitting at record highs. Guys, the S&P 500 has this beautiful downtrend at this moment, and once again, the S&P 500 breaks this downtrend. You guys can see top resistance, top resistance, top resistance. Once the S&P 500 breaks this downtrend, that's where we could see a really nice squeeze. That's where we could see this very nice next leg. So, we want to make sure you guys are all good, seeing if this play is going to be able to go on a nice spike, go on a nice rip, go on a nice run. So the S&P 500, we want to see, can we be able to go on this climb and this pop and see if the SPY can be able to keep on going here. So, I mean, it's definitely been interesting for this entire period. Now, another thing that, you know, we could throw out there as well, not only do we have, as we kind of went over different reasons, we know it's summer. We know, again, we have war. We know we do have the AI bubble popped. I mean, traders, you know what's also been a little interesting is we did have the PDT rule. The PDT rule here, traders. You know, I know, and I can say this for a fact, that a lot of people have probably said at some point, says, man, I like better trading before the PDT rule. I mean, it could definitely be because of the PDT rule, or it could be because of this or this or this. It could be because of multiple other reasons as well. But I will say again, once the PDT rule did drop, what did we see, guys? When the PDT rule dropped and everyone could trade as much as they want, what did we see? We saw craziness. We saw stocks spiking $70. We saw stocks for a week straight spike $100. $5 stocks were ripping all the way up to $80. It was one of the craziest weeks ever when the PDT rule dropped. And then it just flatlined. And then it just kind of moved sideways for a little bit. And guys, I want you guys to realize this. As I stated, it's not because of the PDT rule, I believe, right? It's because of this, team. It's every other reason. All money flows from big plays. When people win, right, on bigger stocks, and you have extra funds, that drizzles down into the smaller markets. For instance, if everyone's winning on Bitcoin and everyone's saying, I'm making so much money on Bitcoin, that's usually where we see Ethereum spike as well. And that's where we see XRP spike as well. And that's where we see meme stocks spikes as well. Whatever has the most amount of money, it drizzles down and flows through it as well. So right now, why are we not seeing any big hot press releases go on crazy spikes and rips and runs? Why are we not seeing anything go absolutely bananas at this time? And it's because, again, right now, all AI stocks are burning up. AI stocks, guys, are again dying at this moment. I just showed you all of them. So if AI stocks and our blue chips are all losing, there's not going to be any money for, again, these smaller plays. If people are losing on blue chips, they're going to stay away from smaller plays because they don't have the extra funds. Now, when AI stocks are going crazy and blue chips are going crazy, then you see, again, all these AI stocks start going on big rips and runs and spikes and climbs as, again, everyone's making money towards the upside. So it's almost like money funnels down. It drips down. But if there's a blockage and there's no money coming, guess what? It doesn't drip on down. So what's the best time to trade crazy hot action in the market? Well, when everyone seems like they're winning. When AI stocks are hot, you can trade smaller AI plays. When Bitcoin is hot, you can trade meme coins. When you trade this, like, you know what I mean? So that's where you could see when the money flows on down. But again, it may be because of summer. It may be because of war. It may be because of fear. It may be because of the PDT rule. It could be a million different things. But right now, we don't have money dripping down into, again, these smaller cryptos. We don't have money dripping down into, again, these smaller low float stocks. We don't have money dripping down the ladder. Everyone understand what I'm saying there? And that's why we don't have like the crazy hype and momentum at this time that so many traders want to see at this moment. So we do have to, again, sit back, wait, and watch, and to see where this action is going to take us. Also, today, in about 1 hour, we will we'll be having Steve Gomez join us. And Steve is, again, one of the head traders over on Trade Ideas. So he's going to be joining us here today, and we'll be having a little trade session with him, which is going to be a lot of fun and really awesome. So, really pumped about that. That's going to be great across the board for every single person. But right now, we do not need to trade anything at all. We do not need to put ourselves in any sort of unnecessary position. I do want to open up the floor, though. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns? If you guys do have any questions, comments, concerns, you guys can throw them out there right now, and we'll see what we get. BIYA, we'll still keep our eyes peeled on it. ZYBT, we are again watching that play as well, but again, not really anything I see worthwhile right now, just yet, right? Just yet. So we will see what we get. We'll see where the action takes us. Guys, I want everyone at this moment, let's take a quick little 5-minute break. Just 5 minutes. Let's get back on the mic in about 5 minutes here, and we will be all set, ready to go, and we'll be all set, ready to make this money, and we'll be all set to continue to keep this party going even more. So everyone, take about a quick little 5-minute breather, use the bathroom, do what you guys got to do. We'll be right back on the mic. Let's get ready for some fun. I'll see you guys back here in 5 minutes. Let's see what we have here.
Now if she does it like this, will you do it like that? Now if she touches like this, will you touch her right back? Now if she moves like this, will you move like that? Come on, shake, 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 shake it.
Hold your back together, and if it's true, you'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you. If you want forever, I'll be you do. Just know you'll taste me too.
Shake, 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 shake it.
You'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you.
Shake, 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 shake it.
Know you'll taste me too.
Hyper now.
In time, ink lines, bitches couldn't get on my incline. World tours, it's mine. 10 little letters and a big sign. Justin Bieber, you know I'ma hit him with the ether. Buns out, wiener, but I gotta keep an eye out for Selena. Beauty in the beast, beauty from the east. Beautiful confession to the priest. Beast, beauty from the streets. You don't get the seeds. Somebody gonna match my face. Beauty in the beast, beauty from the east. Beautiful confession to the priest. Beast, beauty from the streets. You don't get the seeds. Somebody gonna match my face.
Yo, before we get started, I want to know one thing.
Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match my nasty? I got stamina, they say I'm an athlete. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty, 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 nasty. Is somebody gonna match my nasty? I got stamina, they say I'm an athlete. Is somebody gonna match my freak?
Jealous knowing we found something so
ride it, lick it, spit it, move to the side and get all up in it, kiss it, ride it, can I fit it? Try that split, she knows I'd hit it.
But that shit chicken, why she texting me? Why she keep calling my phone, speaking sexually? Every time I'm out, why she stressing me? You call her Stephanie, I call her Heffany. You call her Stephanie, I call her Heffany. You call her Stephanie, I call her Heffany.
You wanna guess the color of my underwear? You wanna know what I got going on down there? Is it pretty in pink or see-through? Is it showing off my brand new lower
For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main. Eminem, sweet like candy cane.
I just wanna be part of your symphony. We hold me tight and not let go. Symphony, like a love song on the radio.
Pop it, let it bang. For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main.
Like a love song on the radio. We hold me tight and not let go. I always smoke what I drink. And I always drink what I always drink. I always smoke what I drink. And I always drink what I always drink. We hold me tight and not let go.
Gus, I get my rhyme on Gus. Guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust. Gus, I get my rhyme on Gus. Guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust.
Standing in the front yard yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the hot girls yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the dope boys yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Fuck the back page yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the front yard yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the hot girls yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the dope boys yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the back page yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out.
Gus, I get my rhyme on Gus. Guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust.
Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out.
What you gonna do with all that junk inside that trunk?
I'ma get you drunk, get you love drunk off my hump.
What you gonna do with all that ass inside them jeans?
I'ma make you scream, make you scream, make you scream. 'Cause of my hump, 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 my lovely lady lumps. Check it out, I drive these brothers crazy. I do it on the daily. They treat me really nicely. They buy me all these ice. Check it out.
I want you to be mine again, baby. I know my lifestyle is driving you crazy. I ain't lost in myself without you. You call the face out, you know the way through. I go out of my way to please you. I go out of my way to see you.
All right, traders, let's get back to it right here and right now and keep this party going at this time. So, right now, it is currently 8:51 in the market. We are getting ourselves ready to rock. Now, traders, I posted this tweet here last night, and I asked every single person a question, and all I did was throw out there, I said, how should we trade today? Like, what is the right way to trade? I said, how should we trade today? I want to hear from you. In your eyes, what is the best way to trade during this kind of choppy market? Should we day trade? High reward, but can be high risk. Can we prop firm trade? Low risk, but medium reward. Should we swing trade? Right? Which could be, again, gambling, depending if we're swing trading earnings. Options trading. High reward, high risk. Especially if we're doing, like, 0 DTE contracts. I mean, traders, it's a little bit of a tough call across the board for a little bit of everyone. Obviously, again, we are trying to stay as smart as we can and put ourselves in the best positions. Now, last week, we did do a lot of prop firm trading just because I could limit my exposure. I could limit my risk. I wasn't going to end up losing any sort of big money over in the market. And team, I did talk to One Stop Prop, and they are going to give us the same exact deal as we had last week. So traders, just a little heads on up. We know, again, this market has been a little bit slower. We know this market has been a little tougher. We know, again, this market has been, tough for traders. If you want to limit your exposure the most we possibly can, make sure you guys head on over and get yourself an account over on One Stop Prop. And what we are going to do here is you guys can go over and basically all that we need, and we still didn't have one person do it last week. One person needs to pass. It doesn't matter if you want a $300,000 account, a $200,000, a $100,000 account. All we need is one person, one singular person to pass their, again, account. And you type in the word deck, and you will, again, get 30% off and be part of this challenge. Where if one person passes, every person who types in deck will get their account passed as well. So it's like the first time that we can truly work as a team-based effort. Last week, we didn't blow up the account. We didn't lose the account at all. Nothing bad happened, but we haven't passed yet. Now, if one person signs up, post a screenshot in chat. If you guys are on YouTube or X or on Tradecaster or wherever, we just need one singular person to pass. And if one person passes, every person that signed up with the code word deck will get their account funded for free. You guys will be all set. You guys won't have to worry about anything, even if you fail, right? So I definitely want to make sure that you guys are all set. Type in the word deck, get yourself an account. I will be doing some more prop firms here today. And we'll be all set. So again, I will be doing, just because I want to limit my exposure. Now, if the market was hot, if the market was crazy, if we could, again, pull the trigger on all this action, I would love to be able to do things. But again, we do have to be able to trade with just limited exposure right now here, traders. That is, again, super important. So do I want to trade stocks? Yes. Do I want to trade my real money? Yes. Do I want to pull the trigger and start making some cash? Yes. But someone, one person here, out of the 1,000 people that are watching, someone give me one play that will make me consistent money. I dare you. Someone give me one stock right now that will make me consistent cash. Someone give me one play right now that's going to make me consistent money. I dare you to find me one. So make sure you guys are all good. Torture, if you fail, you have to repay. Even if someone passes, it shouldn't. You should not. That's not the way the rules should go. That's not the way it was explained to me. If one person passes, everyone gets funded. That's the team effort there. Now, team, I was doing some research here. There is only, right now, there is, right now here, traders, a few plays, I guess I would say, like, what would you say is like the next hot sector? What would you guys say is maybe the next hot sector to be watching? And again, a lot of the sector that I feel like is starting to get momentum is actually the cybersecurity place. If you guys take a look at Crowd, CRWD, while a lot of stocks are fading and falling, CRWD, CrowdStrike, is actually rising pretty well right now. So I would definitely just make sure that you guys are aware of this, that we have been seeing most AI stocks fade and fall, but we're actually seeing some cybersecurity plays actually continue to push themselves on up. So CRWD has gone from 100 to 150 to 200. We are seeing, again, some great momentum, over on CRWD. That cybersecurity market could be, again, getting hotter, and I definitely understand it. I mean, traders, we have ChatGPT, we have Grok, we have Claude, we have, hey, type that in. Hey, how do I get past this cybersecurity? Claude, write me a code that's going to help me break into my bank. Hey, write me a code that can help me steal ATM pins. Guys, right now is a time that AI does so much, and especially, again, we get answers generated right away. Hey, make me a program that will make me be able to, again, scam ATM machines. Traders, it is that simple. It is that easy. Being able to have cybersecurity right now is one of, if not the most important thing. All of our information is on the internet. You know that. I know that. How simple is it to get it nowadays? Beyond simple. It is beyond easy to be able to get your information on the internet, especially with AI. So while again we are seeing AI stocks fade and fall, I have noticed that a lot of cybersecurity plays are the best ones at this moment. All right, I just want to kind of throw that out there for every single person. And let me see. Let's see if it's cybersecurity. Let's see. What are the best cybersecurity winners in the agentic world? PANW as well. Look at this, guys. You know, like PANW coming up towards some record highs. Palo Alto Networks, PANW, starting to move themselves on up. CRWD, starting to move itself on up. I do like, again, the cybersecurity space. Absolutely. So I'm actually sending an email right now. Saying to my guy, Jeff, my retirement guy, I'm saying, hey, quick thoughts. What are your thoughts over on CRW right now? What are your thoughts over on PANW right now? Sauce isn't going anywhere, lining up for profit. It'll be interesting to see how these plays. I think, so right now, PANW, RBRK. What's RBRK here? Not too much right there. OKTA. OKTA. A little bit of momentum and hype. We do have the 9 a.m. press release wave right now. I want to see real quick. What does OKTA do? OKTA. What do these guys do? I know we got some 9 a.m. news. We'll see if anything comes on out. I'm just not expecting anything to come on out. OKTA profile is identity partner in the United States. It offers single sign-in on secure access. Devices. API access. OKTA extends OKTA platform. Universal Director. San Francisco, California. Means it's in Silicon Valley. Has OKTA done anything? Kind of getting first little breakouts right here, as you guys can see. OKTA went on a crazy rip and run back in 2020. Came crashing all the way back on down. Starting to slowly get a little bit of a rally right now. That's kind of, again, you know, PANW getting a very nice rally. Look at the monthly chart over on PANW. Guys, monthly chart on PANW is pretty crazy, right? CRWD, $100, 201. VIYA, ADVB, S dot here, HUTG. Jose, hey Deck, what happens with the people who signed up last week to One Stop Prop and failed? Are they still in this week deal or not? I believe so. I again, traders, I do not own One Stop Prop. I do not have any ownership with One Stop Prop. The reason why I work with One Stop Prop is just because, again, they're the only prop firm that I found to be reliable. So I do not know. You would have to speak to them directly. But if it was up to me, 100%, if you purchased this account last week and we passed this week, it should be carried over. Don't you agree? Should all be carried over. It's one again kind of thing we're working on. Should be one trade, one again idea, one challenge. Should be carried over. So I am not sure, but that's the way it should be in my eyes. Alu Deck, are you still holding Wolf? Of course I'm still holding Wolf. Again, Wolf, guys, I just got in literally last week at the price of what, $20, $22? Wolf is, again, you know, I think an incredible company with incredible game plan. Remember, guys, what is Wolf doing? Why am I holding Wolf? This is one of my long-term retirement account plays. So again, why am I holding Wolf? Wolf is, again, doing something that really no one else is doing at this moment. And really, again, the easy way to explain this is what Wolf's doing. Okay, breaking this on down for every single person. We know that right now is one of the only times in history that our technology is more advanced than our power supply. It's very weird. We have chips at this moment that are so powerful that we essentially can't turn them on. Usually what we have is an idea where we say, oh, it would be nice to have, you know, transportation where we could just, you know, stand in a tub and all of a sudden we click a finger and now we're in China. And now again, we go here to here, here to here. Like, unfortunately, we can't do that. It's a great idea, but our technology doesn't allow us to do that. Right now, we have designed chips and we have designed technology that's so advanced that our power supply can't turn it on. So what's happening? What's happening is our grid isn't strong enough to be able to, again, power this on up. So what Wolf is doing at this moment is saying, hey, we can be able to lease out more power supply to you. Well, how do they do that? Well, it comes on down to Wolf is an old cryptocurrency mining company. They would mine for Bitcoin. They would mine constantly. And to be able to mine, you have to have some of the strongest computers in the world. And what they've been able to do is have so many strong computers be able to mine, that again, they now are being able to generate power and be able to lease out power to actually turn on these chips. So before they were mining, now they're actually, you know, basically in an easy sense, mining electricity. Since they're mining electricity, now again, they're going to be able to store it and they'd be able to power, again, these AI data centers. So really, they're powering chips, powering data centers, giving the power for, again, people to actually be able to enhance their AI. That's what I really like about Wolf. So it's almost like, guys, does anyone here, you know, own a Tesla? If you own a Tesla, you can go to a supercharger and your Tesla could be able to get charged in like 20 minutes from 0 to 100. Or you could buy a Tesla charger, plug it into your wall in a normal outlet, and it'll take like 18 hours. So, traders, think about it, that example. Tesla, if I buy a Tesla charger and plug it into a normal outlet, it'll take like 10 hours to charge. If I go to a supercharge station, it's going to charge my Tesla in 20 minutes. There's a big difference in power supply. Wolf, again, can be able to give you some extra power supply. So, want to make sure that you guys are all set, ready to go. You all ready to rock here. So right here, traders, we are again going to continue to keep our eyes peeled over on some of these plays. Also, little side note, traders. I don't know. I'm in a weird little predicament in my personal life here, team. I am so close. And again, you guys can either push me over the edge and say yes, or again say no. I am so close to again purchasing a Tesla, like a Tesla car. I went in my friend's Tesla car the other day. And as I said, all he did was just type in, go here. And then he just turned his seat and talked to me the entire time. He didn't look at the road one time during the entire 45-minute trip. The car pulled out of his driveway, made every turn signal, went around bikers, went around construction. He goes, Sean, I sleep half the time that I'm going to work. You know, he goes, every single day I bring over my computer. I bring my computer on my laptop. I get all my work done while driving to work. He goes, I watch movies, and he goes, I have not touched a steering wheel. I have not touched a gas pedal since buying this car last year. And I know, again, some people, Some people, again, you know, are like, oh, I don't trust it or what. Guys, it was fantastic. It was amazing. It was perfect in every way. Traders, I will say this. I am not the best driver in the world. Having a censored car that does everything perfectly is 100 times better than the average person that drives. And you know what? If I could just press a button and my car just takes me and I don't have to do anything whatsoever, it seems pretty amazing. It seems pretty fantastic. It seems pretty, again, incredible. Now, the only thing is, I'm not the biggest fan of the way they look. They're a little, like, yeah, to me. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm so close to pulling the trigger on one. I'm so close to, again, just wanting to be able to jump in on, you know, one of these plays. Pull the trigger on a Tesla and just be able to be like, hey, I never have to drive again. I just type in where I want to go and it just takes me there. ZYBT. Little bit of action. James, that's dangerous and not very responsible. No, I mean, that's the purpose of it. The purpose of a self-driving vehicle is so you don't drive. So again, if I see, guys, go to YouTube right now and type in self-driving vehicle. People, again, open up their laptops, they eat, they watch movies. That's the whole point of it. The whole point of, again, a self-driving vehicle is so you don't have to drive. So it's like, he told me he hasn't driven the car, hasn't touched the gas in the last 6 months of ownership. Guys, people, I get it. I understand it as well. People, again, go up in arms. I want to drive my car. Traders, do you know cars are one of the biggest, again, fatalities in America? From people, again, running stop signs, running red lights, from speeding, from, again, hitting pedestrians, from drinking and driving, from falling to sleep. Humans make errors. You know what doesn't make errors? Or, again, maybe 1% of the time? Cars with hundreds of sensors around it that do things nearly perfect. So, absolutely. Who's a safer driver? Me or a Tesla? The Tesla's a safer driver 10 out of 10 times. All right, so hey, absolutely. Type in where you want to go. I'm going to grab that seat, put that thing all the way back, and I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when we get there, Tesla. That's kind of like, you know, and it's more and more and more people are realizing how kind of crazy and good it is. The FSD. Todio, check out the Lucid, same self-drive but a better looking car. I heard, apparently, again, I don't know. Is Lucid as good as Tesla with self-driving? People say, again, Tesla's just on a completely different level of self-driving. And now, again, you don't even need to touch the wheel anymore. Now you can literally sleep. So right now here, traders, we got to see what we have. BIYA, ZYBT. I might do it, guys. I might pull the trigger on one. Might do it. Might pull the trigger on one. Might have to get after it here. All right, traders. Now, it is currently 9:11 in the morning on a Money Monday. Waiting for ourselves to get ready to go, getting ready to see where this hype and momentum is truly going to take us. And right here, let me ask you guys this. Is there one play? Right? Is there one play here? One play that is worth our time? Guys, we're going to go through everything right now. It is currently 9:12 in the market. Is there one play at this moment that's worth our time? Starting on off at the top of the board here. BIYA. BIYA is a slow and steady climber. BIYA. This is the #1 top gainer in the entire stock market. If I was trading BIYA, this is how I would trade it right now. I'm saying to myself, BIYA has no news. BIYA has no credibility. BIYA, the only thing going for it is that it does have a low float, and people just tend to be, again, buying these low floats. That's it. People are buying low floats, hoping they make money. If BIYA goes underneath its support line, there is absolutely zero reason to hold this play. Now, I will say, there is support at this bottom mark here. There is support at this bottom area. There is support at this time. As you guys can see, this is trying to hold up its gains right now. So BIYA trying to hold up its gains. BIYA is trying to, again, be a consistent climber. We can see exactly where resistance is at and exactly where support's at. So right now at this moment, BIYA is one of the best plays out there. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze here. Where there is, again, opportunity for you guys to be able to make some cash. So again, BIYA, no news, low float, top gainer, play the channel. Just make your life easy. No news, low float, it's a top gainer on the day, play the channel. If you want to look for a dip buy, where do you do it? Bottom blue area. You want to go ahead and look for a short, where do you do it? Up near the red resistance line. This is where you guys will be able to make the most amount of cash. This is where you guys are going to be able to make the most amount of money together. Okay? So BIYA, high watch and high alert at the bell. This is one of the most consistent plays. What about ZYBT? Traders, ZYBT is another stock that does not have any sort of news behind it. There's no credibility over on ZYBT, and to be frank with you, the stock is most likely just going to spike and get rejected at 130. 130 is not only the 200-day moving average, it's also, again, where old spiking highs are back on 5-6. 140 was an old spiking high back in April. This 120 area was an old spiking high back on 319. So again, you are going to, and you are about to hit massive resistance lines coming up over on ZYBT. And to me, ZYBT wouldn't even be worth the entry just because you are going to be hitting the 200-day moving average, old spiking high at 130, old spiking high at 140, old spiking high at 120, old spiking high at 125, old spiking high at 130. You are about to hit so many strong resistance lines coming on up over on ZYBT. That is going to just be a death trap. So ZYBT, I personally would not touch this stock, right? But again, the only reason I'm saying this is it is the number 2 top gainer on the day. But it has no strong news and has massive resistance coming up from old highs and the 200-day moving average. So it's basically you're about to just run into a brick wall in the next few seconds over on ZYBT, especially if this one does get any sort of pop. You guys are just going to run into a brick wall momentarily. Okay? All I'm doing right now is just posting this over in chat, posting it over in the social medias, so that you guys are all ready to rock. NAKI. Guys, NAKI, is this a new IPO? Everyone take a look over on this. Traders, all eyes right now. This is, again, worth being aware of. NIKI. Is this a brand new IPO that just came on out? Nikki Biosolutions. So we just had a brand new IPO come out about, what, 7 minutes ago? NIKI. New IPO. We did just have a $35 spike and crash in the last 10 minutes. So NIKI, am I saying NIKO? Sorry, NIKI. NIKI, spike and crash, big rip and run here. See if NIKI can be able to get any sort of action towards the upside. See if NIKI can be able to get any sort of momentum. And NIKI seems like, again, at least this one has the most opportunity behind it. Traders, NIKI might start crashing right back on down, but this is one of the best plays so far. And we're going to see if that one is going to be able to get any sort of next leg. So I'm just trying to ask myself right now, what stocks are worth my time? Well, we have BIYA. Again, we'll see if it gets any sort of hype. ZYBT, I really don't care about too much right now. NIKI, stock again spiked and now starting to crash and starting to dump back on down near around $10. S-Dot, no. S-Dot is a previous top gainer. You definitely have to keep your eyes peeled over on S-Dot. S-Dot, guys, this stock was a previous top gainer last month, went all the way up to $100. Over the last 2 trading sessions, this is a play that obviously we got to continue to keep our eyes peeled on. We do have bottom support right here at the price of $32, and we have main support right around 34. I mean, if you want to go a little higher, 34.50, fine. So what we have right here is boom, 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 boom. So we have these main areas of support. We have these main areas of resistance. And you guys can see S-Dot still trying to hold itself on up as a good solid play. But, you know, S-Dot, strong resistance every time you come up near these highs. The most recent highs, as you guys can see, here, here, here. So again, that's kind of sitting more around that, you know, $34 area. So it's kind of $32 and I would say $34.50. S-Dot. S-Dot, previous top gainer. $32 support with $34 resistance. So that's another play I would make sure that you guys are just all aware on. Just kind of like looking to put together essentially a watch list to see what we can get at the start of the day for every single person, because right now it's a little bit of everyone. Ticker is a name change from APM. So it's actually a name change. It's not an IPO. So again, just a little heads on up. It used to be APM, and then it just changed to NIKI. Thank you for the heads on up. Guys, NIKI, it looks like it's a whole bunch of hot garbage. Let's go ahead and just see if there's any sort of shorts on it. NIKI, 1,000 shares. How much would it cost if I wanted to get 1,000 shares on NIKI? 1,000 shares. Locate lowest, cancel. Guys, NIKI costs $10 to short display if you wanted to. $10. That's not bad at all. I mean, NIKI has just fallen from $43. Do you guys think it's going to go underneath 10? Most likely, right? So if you guys are interested, I mean, we have just fallen from 14 to 11 to all the way down to 10. Do you guys think we're going to crack 10 and maybe fall all the way down towards 9 or 8? I mean, absolutely. There's a good chance that that could happen. So NIKI, we started at around the price of what, $7 this morning, spiked on up towards 48. Now again, back on down towards around $10 support. So we will again continue to keep our eyes peeled over on NIKI to see what that one does at the start of the day for every single person. But traders, BIYA, we will watch it. BIYA is inside again this channel pattern. BIYA is the #1 top gainer with the low float and no news. ZYBT. ZYBT, here comes again strong resistance. Strong resistance, 200-day moving average. Strong resistance at again the high, the high, the high, the high. Strong resistance, 130, guys. ZYBT is at a strong area right now. Don't care about ADVB right now too much. ADVB, yeah, I don't really see too much. S-Dot is a good credible play. It was a previous again supernova from last month. S-Dot is the stock that does have, again, this nice channel setup, and we're going to see if this stock could be able to go on any sort of squeeze and get back above $35. Other than that, you know, if we're taking a look at what other plays are significant for us today, IREN. IREN is a significant stock here today. IREN went on a great move, and again, this is a play that came out with $2 billion in customer contracts. So IREN trying to find a bottom and start moving itself back on up. Also, what else do we have here, traders? AMC. AMC is a stock that did have earnings today. So I'm just going to type out, you know, what should be on your watch list today? AMC should be on your watch list. IREN should be on your watch list. NIKI should be on your watch list. What else should be on your watch list, guys? ZYBT should be on your watch list. BIYA should be on your watch list. And S-Dot should be on your watch list. These are, again, every single play I would say is worth your time to be able to say, hey, you know what? Put that one on your watch list. What about HUT? Yeah, put HUT as well. I don't mind HUT. You know, you could add that one to your watch list as well. HUT is a good solid play where definitely has opportunity to be able to spike and rip and run. So here is a nice, clean, crisp watch list for every single person so that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll, and you guys are all ready to go. All right? So, beautiful. It is currently 9:22. And we'll be all ready to rock at this moment. All right. So ZYBT, BIYA, SDOT, watching HUTG, VMAR, IREG. So these are the ones that we are going to focus on, we are going to look at, and we are going to be all set on. Also, team, I did just get confirmation from One Stop Prop that says if you failed an account, but someone passes the account, okay, you still, again, are going to still get access if one person wins. So we still are in, the same thing that we can do last week, and I'm still want to have fun with it. I want to get after it. I want to try to make as much money as we possibly can. We still have to, again, pass this, but if one person can pass this prop from anyone, then obviously, guys, every person that's signed up with the code DECK, you guys, again, are going to be passing as well. So we still have the same exact thing as last week. If anyone wants to join this, you don't have to. It's optional. But if you guys wanted to be able to join the prop firm and get funded $300, $200, $100,000, go over to Get Funded Now, type in the code word DECK. That means, again, if one person passes, every single person will pass as well. That's what we're going after here. We still have our account from last week, and we're trying to, again, get ourselves ready to rock and roll. So we got multiple things we can do today. We can watch SDOT, BIYA, ADBV, SDOT, all that good stuff. We could be able to watch, again, the prop firm and be able to trade with low risk over there. We could trade options. We could sit on our hands. We could paper trade. Traders, we know at this moment from everything that we have, seen over the last few weeks, we know it's tough. Traders, I have stated this, guys, I'm as open and as transparent as you can get. Over the last 2 months, I've lost money. I've probably collectively lost nearly $15,000 to $20,000 over the last 2 months. You guys have seen this. Traders, how ridiculous would I look if I'm here and I'm sitting here and I'm saying, hey everyone, I've made 50 grand last month. No, I haven't. I've live streamed every trade I've made. And every trade I've done here, guys, I have taken losses. I am down nearly $15,000 over the last month and a half. You guys have seen that. So what am I doing? I'm trying to limit my losses. I'm limiting the time of exposure in the market where we have summer trading and we have a war with Iran and we have, again, the AI bubble which has popped and we have, again, no PDT rule and we have, again, all these things where it seems like there's uncertainty on where's the next big move. So right now here, traders, 100%, I'm sitting back at this time, waiting and watching. Waiting to see where this action is going to take us. So let's see what we have right now at this moment here. I'm looking forward to it. It's currently 9:25 in the markets. We have a big day ahead, and we have everything we need. So, right now here, traders, let's see what we get. Let's see what's going to be coming on up, and see where the action is going to take us, okay? So I'm switching everything out at this moment. Put the S&P 500 up. And of course, we could be able to watch the S&P 500. Zoolander, I'm going to log off right now. I feel like, again, I'm trying to squeeze water out of a dry sponge. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not going to let one day ruin a good months of work. Hey, Zoolander, I love that mentality where you are, again, not comfortable. You're not putting your money into the markets. I love that. Again, when it comes down to day trading, when it comes down to investing, when it comes down to you as a trader, what do you guys have to realize? What do you guys have to notice? You guys have to say to yourself, hey, let me put myself in on plays that I know are worthwhile. Let me, again, put myself involved in plays that are worth trading. Let me, again, make sure I trade with confidence. If you do not have confidence, you will not do well. You just won't. Traders, you have to trade with confidence. You have to trade where you see opportunity. You have to trade where you have, again, a great chance to be able to come out on top. So right here, team, I don't see personally, right now, I don't see anything personally worth trading out of ZYBT. I think 130 is going to have strong resistance. BIYA still inside that channel pattern we talked about. BIYA, we'll still watch that. ADV, VMAR, we're still watching to see if that has any momentum. S&P 500 here. S&P 500, 746. Watching to see if that's going to squeeze on up towards around 748. Guys, I am not making one singular trade at this moment. Why? I don't see anything worth my time. The only thing I see possibly worth my time would be NIKI. If NIKI spikes up to like $15, maybe we can short that. You know what I mean? So I see nothing worth my time just yet. That doesn't mean there's going to be nothing all day, but I would say it's nothing worth my time just yet. Let's see what the S&P 500 is going to do. Guys, market opens up here. S&P 500, strong resistance at the price of 747.31. If you guys take a look at 747.31, what do you guys realize? Top resistance, 747.30, 747.30, 747.30, 747.30. Is this any stronger area in the past? 747.31-ish. Now, if it breaks this area, that's where we get, you know, a breakout. So just a little heads on up. 747.30 is going to be some strong resistance, but if we break it, we could possibly see a nice breakout. So that's where, again, we would have some nice momentum. That's the area I'm looking at. So if I go over, let me go over and bring up my prop firm. My prop firm, I always type in US 500. And again, guys, I am either, I'll tell you for a fact, prop firm, I'm either blowing up the account or I'm winning it all. I'm not going through this week without either A, winning it all, or again, losing it. I want to make sure that we all either, we're passing or I'm not. That's the way it goes. Now, again, as I said, we only need one singular person to pass, and we are good to go. One singular person. And if it's me, so be it. If it's not me, I don't care, as long as, again, the squad wins. But right now here, traders, I will not be making any real trade at the bell because I don't see anything worthwhile just yet. Okay? Guys, let's make sure we're sitting back, staying smart. Market opens up in about, again, 30 seconds here, and we'll be ready to get after it. So, let's see what we get here, traders. I know, again, 747.50, 747 area is where we could see a reversal, but if it breaks through 747.50, that's where, again, a breakout could happen. So a great way to start would be, again, short above 757, but if we break 757.50, you got to get out. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there for every person. If you get above 757.50, unfortunately, you're probably going to have to get out because that's where a squeeze could happen. Okay? So, 9:30 right now. S&P 500 is now open. Here comes 757.30. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to short right now at this resistance line. Now, if we break through it, I'm just going to move on. If we break through this resistance line, I will just move on and get out. But right now, I am again going to do my first shorting entry over on the S&P 500 just to see. And again, I'm just seeing, is this red line, which is this old top, this old top, this old top, this old top, will that hold on up? So I'm basically just asking myself, is the high from Friday going to hold up as resistance? That's all I'm looking at right now. So again, my first trade of today is looking at, will Friday's highs hold? And if it doesn't, guess what? That's where I'm just going to move on and get out of this play. Let's just see if it's going to hold or not. If it keeps on going, I'm getting out of this one and moving on. Now, again, this is my prop firm trades, guys. This is not my real money trade. So again, this is what we're looking to pass. We have to make $8,000. It's starting to squeeze a little bit, moving on from that. If it starts squeezing through that red line, I'm moving on from it because I know a breakout could potentially happen. I don't want to get squeezed on a breakout. I was looking to see if we're going to reverse at the old spiking highs, if that makes sense. So right now, S&P 500 trying to push itself on up. Not going to touch it, going to wait for a little bit of a better opportunity. Well, Deck, where's the next opportunity? Well, number one, we could get the breakout right here. This could be a breakout and the stock holds and goes on a big time rip and run. Now, how high can it get up towards? Old spiking high, 7... It seems like, again, next spiking area is going to be right around 748.10. I don't have a good feel on that. I was just more, again, watching to see if we're going to reverse at Friday's highs. Friday's highs, not going to touch anything else. Wolf starting to get a little action. Again, Wolf, we always want to see some, hype back up towards 20 bucks. Traders, I went over this earlier today. What did I say is where a lot of the hype is going? I already told you right now, guys, the AI bubble has popped. Now, I don't care if you don't believe me or not. It is as clear as day. The AI bubble has popped. Traders, I posted this the other day. The AI bubble has already popped. We're in an AI recession right now. Just because the S&P 500 is holding its gains doesn't mean AI stocks are. The artificial intelligence market is in a full-blown depression at this moment. Traders, anything that has to do with AI is getting crushed. Where we have nuclear plays, aka powering AI, is getting crushed. If we're talking about, quantum computing with AI, it's getting crushed. If we're talking about data centers, it's getting crushed. If we're talking about semiconductors, it's getting crushed. If we're talking about chips, it's getting crushed. If we're talking about energy, it's getting crushed. If we're talking about, even memory, MU down 24%, down 27%. The AI bubble here, traders, has completely imploded. Anything that has to do with AI from its all-time highs is currently down 42%. Yes, guys, a 42% pullback from highs is the average on, again, AI stocks right now. Take a look at this play, right? Go over towards, again, my Twitter right now, over at Sean Deckmar at Deckmar Trades. You guys can see every AI stock is down. So, you have two options. You can either, number one, you guys can pull the trigger over on AI stocks, which is absolutely great. You guys say, hey, Deck, I'm buying stocks when they're down 50%. You could do that. Or again, number two, what else could you guys be saying? Well, what's the next part of AI? Traders, right now, if someone said, what are the best AI stocks? Because it's not energy, it's not power, it's not chips, it's not data centers, it's not memory, it's not semiconductors. What is the best AI plays right now? Traders, I already went over. It's AI security. AI is getting so advanced. There's not a lot of plays at this moment that are, again, holding on up. But you know what is holding on up? Look at this. PANW. PANW right now, Palo Alto Networks, cybersecurity against AI is going crazy over the last 2 months now. This could be just starting. CRDW, CrowdStrike against AI is now starting to spike and starting to go a little crazy. OKTK, I want to say it was. What was the one I was bringing up before? OKTA, excuse me. OKTA, again, another one starting to go crazy. It seems like PANW is kind of like the top winner right now, but while all AI stocks are fading and falling and dropping, this one seems to be the best winner at this moment. So this seems to be the best winner at this moment here, traders. NIKI got a little bit of a halt on the upside. Traders, NIKI is going to be very, very dangerous here today. I want to make sure that you guys are fully aware of it. So right now, NIKI here, traders, still watching. Stock has gone from, again, $8 up towards around $47, $12 at this time. SKYQ. This one's trying to get a little momentum from 420 up to 460. And right now, I'm trying to get a gauge on the S&P 500. Like, is the S&P 500 going to continue to push itself on up? So again, I don't have any trade right now over on the S&P 500 over on the prop account. I just don't know how much higher we're going to go. Like over on Friday, there was a lot of clear-cut resistance and support. Right now, it's trying to break out of this area. Let me go back into a little bit of a larger time frame. Like, where is the next main resistance line, or is the S&P 500? Hey, Deck, we broke through that 747.30 mark. We're going to the upside right now. So, like, if we're on a 15-minute time frame, let's look at old areas of trouble, which means, again, could be present trouble. So again, if we're looking at old areas of trouble over on the S&P 500, it would be this block. That block is where we bounced off of. This block is where we bounced off of. So if we have bouncing area right here, right? Here's again a bouncing area, support. Here's a bouncing area, support. What does that mean? That means again, we're gonna have something similar right here, which is not going to be support, but is most likely going to hold up as resistance. So I would say if this play starts getting above, up near around this like 748.50, that's going to be the next potential area of reversing over on the S&P 500. So S&P 500, next area that we could be able to get for a potential reverse and potential drop and potential fade is again the 748.50 mark. So if we come on up towards 748.50, that's where I would say, hey, let's go ahead and look for another trade. If it doesn't work out, you just move on and get out. But again, the S&P 500, that's kind of where I'm seeing has the next opportunity, followed by 750, which is just going to be a strong resistance line. So right now, again, we could sit back, we can watch. We do have NIKI, keeping this one on high watch and high alert. NIKI, guys, this one is starting to fade a little bit. This one does have cheap shorts, very cheap shorts. It was a name change play. NIKI here, guys, this is one of those plays that just seems like it's going to pump and dump right back down. You know, NIKI truly seems like it's just going to pump and dump right back on down. So right here, traders. CYBT, BYA, BRI, 80VB, a little bit of action. Got to stay watching and stay alert over on the S&P 500. S&P 500 still going on up, 748.50, guys. This one is still going. S&P 500 is looking strong right now. S&P 500 still consistently climbing. So still working its way on up, still again getting some action. Right now, I would say NIKI, you got to watch S&P 500. Nice climb. So NIKI, watch her again, pump and dump. S&P 500, nice climb so far. We might just shoot right up towards around that, 750 mark. I do like the SPY though, still at this moment, right around that, 748.75 for the possible reversal. And if it breaks through 748.75, you might go all the way on up towards around that, 750 mark. So here comes 748.75. Let's see if we can get a short above 748.50 at this moment. A little bit of a pullback so far. Should we be able to get an entry above 748.50? Break of a high of the day, you move on, you get out. So again, a lot of times here, traders, just little heads on up. People always ask, like, what would be your strategy when you trade a lot of these times? When I trade, guys, I like to establish, like, let's say, I like to establish where resistance is at. So here's resistance, okay? Here is obviously the reversal. What I like to do is say, all right, hey, now that we're establishing where the reversal's at, let's see if we can build lower highs. Let's see if the stock can be able to fade and fall. So I don't like a lot of times I don't like to just be like, hey, let's go ahead and short right here at the top, because I don't know if that is the top. But if we can start building some lower highs, I could look to enter here and have a stop loss if we run back up above resistance. So basically, I try to always get filled at like a pop off to a new lower high, and then I want to have a stop loss if we ever run back up towards the high or break a high, because that means we're not building these lower highs as we thought, right? So again, I want to see, can the S&P 500, not go all the way back up to 748.75, but maybe come back on up towards 748.40, 748.50, where then we can look for a reversal. There we can look for a drop. There we can look for an opportunity to be able to pull the trigger. So, I don't want to just take the guessing game. Right now, S&P 500, SKYQ. SKYQ also still trying to spike. NIKI right here, still holding on the downside. S&P 500 here, traders, 748 at this time. So I'm just watching here. I want to see what the SPY is going to do. I also am very interested over on NIKI. NIKI here, guys. How much higher does this one have? NIKI 1 minute. We're going to watch that one when that one opens over on the S&P, over on that play. S&P 500 here, traders. I'm still looking for that one little spike back up towards 748.50. Look for, again, that reversal and that opportunity to be able to, again, make some money. Traders, I'm going to go in on it right now. Back over on, again, the S&P 500, and just say, as long as we don't hit a new high of the day, I'm happy. So again, go back over on the S&P 500, and again, watch to see if we are going to be able to reverse coming on up here. Now again, stop loss would be, as I stated, if you start getting back on up towards around that 748.75 mark. That is where the stop loss at. But I am going to jump in right now over on my 8 contracts on the US 500 to see if we are going to build those lower highs and that reversal. Okay? You can do the same exact thing for, again, dip buying as well. Absolutely. Same exact thing with dip buying as well, 100%. Traders, NIKI, I do want to flip the script over here towards NIKI. We got 15 seconds. And NIKI, let's go back over towards this. How much are shares to short? 1,000 shares, inquire, locate lowest. That costs $29. Guys, I'm going to accept that fee here. Hold on a second. I might have to just do $500. Or 500 shares. Inquire, locate lowest. All right, guys, I got 500 shares over on this play. I'm thinking about doing an NIKI short just because I don't see anything on this play worth its time. But let's see here. NIKI here, traders. Do you guys think that this one could easily just fade on off and drop? I do. NIKI, this one just seems like, again, like it's just a big pump and dump. It has to be. Right? Just like one of those pump and dump type of plays. I'm thinking about just doing 500 shares. I'm not in yet. My position box is right here. Right now, NIKI is still trying to hold on up here a little bit. Over on the prop firm, we're sitting again down 40 bucks. So again, not too much over there. I just don't want NIKI to do something stupid where it randomly rips all the way up towards 1175. My position box is still empty, but I do have 500 shares ready to go if I want a short. What's the VWAP? VWAP is 1490. Let's see if we can start getting some negative momentum back on down towards 10. I mean, NIKI has already been an insane pump and dump like mover. The stock has already gone from $8 all the way up to 47 and then dumped all the way back on down, which was an absolute joke. So, I mean, this one could definitely be able to make you a little bit of funds and be able to make you money. The issue is the spread. The spread's really big right now, guys, as you guys can see. The spread's really large. It's a 50-cent spread. So, I mean, you could be down or up $250 in seconds. Most likely, if I had to take a guess, NIKI will dump. The spread is kind of hurting a little bit, though. Okay? Guys, S&P 500, got to be careful. If the S&P 500, again, runs back up and breaks a high, I am, again, moving on from that play, as I talked about. So, again, S&P 500, I want to see lower highs. So, what do I want? I want this, right? I want lower highs. If we start breaking lower highs, you just get out. That's the way, again, stock trading works. You do not hold. If I'm looking for a short, and I'm saying, hey, I want lower highs, I don't hold if we're breaking new highs. I don't hold if we're breaking through high of the day. I don't hold if the stock continues to rip on up. Does that make sense, everyone? So again, this is all prop firm. Okay, prop firm is fake money, as in I am looking to get funded, but right now this is all, again, prop firm challenge money. So right here, traders, if you lose, again, $1,000 or anything like that, it's not real $1,000. Just please understand that right now. I am not really losing 1,200. And now on the flip side, I'm not really winning 1,200. This is a challenge to try to pass the prop firm. S&P 500, if we keep building higher lows, guys, hold on, let's see here. This is where you move on. Notice again, you're coming right back on up. I'm out right now. I'm out right now. Deck, why am I out? Because we're not building higher. We're not building those lower highs. Right? We're not building those lower highs right now. Right now, we're coming up towards highs. So I got to be very careful on this. Not worth the hold. Not worth the hold. Not going to go against momentum. Not going to go against the hype. Not going to go against the ripping and running right there. So again, I want to sit back. I have no entries on my real money account. I've had 2 trades so far over on my prop account. And again, right now at this time, I do not want to put myself in any sort of unnecessary position right now. Okay? No unnecessary position over on my prop account. All right, here, team. Let's see what else we have. Guys, it is actually 9:45 at this moment, and we actually have a treat. Steve Gomez, who is actually one of the top traders over on Trade Ideas, is going to be joining us. So let's again have, that's going to be absolutely awesome and absolutely great. So let's bring Steve on over here today. And I want to make sure that we're all set, ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to bring Steve on over, see kind of what his thoughts are over on the current market. So let me make sure Steve's good. I'm going to turn off this music here so we can hear Steve and make sure he's all set, ready to rock and roll. Steve, you there, buddy?
Yep, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. So right now, as always, you know, I know you can't see me, but we can see you. What are your thoughts right now in this market? So to me, and again, I know everyone wants to hear your thoughts as well. It just seems like, and so many people are asking me this question, like it seems like it's choppy. It seems like it's tough to kind of get a grasp on this market. And maybe it's because we do have, you know, AI stocks that are fading and falling. Maybe it's because we have this war with Iran going on at this time. Maybe it's because it's the summer months. Maybe it's because we don't have any PDT rule at this moment. Do you feel like that as well, that these summer months are kind of a little tough to kind of get a grip on what's going on? Do you feel like it's one specific specific reason on, what you're seeing as an investor? So just kind of want to hear your thoughts on what's going on over at Trade Ideas and, your thoughts as an investor right now.
Well, my thoughts as an investor is it's been a very difficult, almost like sell in late May, early June and go away. It's been a sideways market, which is better than a pullback market. But the thing that's really driving me nuts is, can I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I can make a point here. Great. So what we're looking at here, is the SPY, the NASDAQ sideways, and the Russell 2000 sideways. Does that really tell the story, Sean? No, it doesn't. If you've been an investor in Oklo and SMR and all the AI stocks that have just been crushed, it's been the biggest stealth small to mid cap bear market I've ever seen. I don't know. I don't understand why it's not showing up in the indexes. That's like one of the big question marks for me. So it's been real cautious, playing ranges and shorter time frames. Swing trading has been absolutely off the table for the last few months because there's just no follow through. So I think if you want my opinion, again, the sideways correction is the best in NASDAQ, SPY, and all that. The market's waiting for some sort of a good headline, I believe, to push us up out of this range. And I believe that could be an interest rate headline. That's just me. Who knows?
Yeah. And it's always great to just be able to speak to like someone like yourself to just kind of have that like clarification. Because like, I was showing this one tweet I had before where it just seems like all AI stocks are getting absolutely crushed. But the weird thing is, it's almost as you stated here before, it's not being reflected into the S&P 500. Like the S&P 500 is still having an amazing year, which is great. I don't really want the S&P 500 to fade and fall, but it's weird that we're seeing, SNDK, Micron, Broadcom, Meta, Google, Nvidia, AMD, Amazon, all down 8, 9, 10, 17, 20, 24% from their highs. So it's like we're in this weird market right now where it's like the S&P 500's up. The hottest sector of AI is currently down. We're not seeing, again, a lot of follow through because it doesn't seem like a lot of investors are making tons of money in this current market. So it's like, where is the money coming from and where is the money going? So everyone's just kind of sitting on their hands waiting for something to kind of like turn up the momentum.
Yeah, I think people are exhausted, especially like if you've been trying to buy the drone stocks. I feel for you. Every dip has just been absolutely crushed. What was once really a darling stock 6 months ago have just been falling off the radar. So there's a real probably sense of despair and exhaustion out there for a lot of people and their favorite stocks.
Yeah, I mean, here's a loaded question. What would you say would be the next opportunity, the next big thing, the next, chance of AI? Are you following anything where like it would be like, hey, we went from chips, then we went to, again, semiconductors, then we went to data centers, then we've gone over towards memory. Do you have any, ideas of, hey, I think people are going to start pushing this way or that way?
I don't know. It seems like almost like maybe the AI, we're on the other side of the mountain already and we don't even realize it. There's still a lot of interesting concepts to come on that. As far as a sector, I'm kind of like focusing on crypto. It seems like crypto's kind of flipped a switch the last week. And so there are a lot of names out there that are blockchain related or payment related. And of course, the whole Bitcoin and the ETFs that surround those names. So I'm kind of watching those for some possible strength.
Okay. Are you a big Bitcoin guy?
I'm a big XRP, XLM, and HBAR guy. I'm into the payment system. I believe XRP is going to kind of run the cross-border payments when we go to a digital world economy and all that. So do your research.
I gotcha. I understand that. So right now, over on Trade Ideas, any new kind of, things that you have going on there that you guys are creating to help out traders in this market?
We're really excited about something. I want to show you this. And I think we're going to do a giveaway. So maybe 2 people are wind up getting a subscription. You'll be able to immediately play with our new assistant. Don't mind her. You can change that up to a guy if you're a girl trader. This is something that I want to show you guys. It's our new interface. And people who are familiar with Trade Ideas, you're familiar with this monolith 2004 UI, unbelievably old UI. And we're doing a major kind of an upgrade in terms of configuring a scan for what you want to see. And it literally can be as easy as this. I'm just going to go ahead and turn on my mic and I'm going to talk to the AI and she's going to configure it for me. Let's see if I can pull this off. Hey, Holly, make me a scan showing stocks that had earnings last night and earnings again tonight. And please sort them by greatest percentage change from the close. live TV. We'll see if this works. We're still in a beta. Okay, she's asking for a qualifier. Oops. Of course, I still have the scan on. She's asking for a qualifier. I'm going to go ahead and just for the sake of live TV, pop up exactly what I did before I came live. And the same question was shown. She went through, asking me one qualifying question, and then boom, created the scan for me.
That's
and
cool.
so all it did was show me stocks that are, earnings today and that are moving. And so pretty darn cool. It's a very, again, just the bottom line, cut to the chase here. You no longer have to go in here and go, oh my God, what am I looking for? How do I configure this? There's qualifying questions that are asked. What we're doing is we're pulling an API from Grok, also GPT, and the other ones, Claude. And it's just kind of a whole new thing that we could not have done a year ago. So we have a technology landscape out there now that allows us to plug in these certain ideas and look at our data and help the user configure the data just using the new interface that we're all used to using and, kind of qualifying it along the way. So that's our new tool that we're very excited about.
Is that out right now? Like, do I have that on my trade ideas?
Yes, you do. And I'm going to show you how to get to it. It's under New AI Assistant. You can do it two ways. You can enable the microphone and just talk. A little easier to type though, because you can kind of keep context straight and think while you're speaking. And you can just add all the filters in your mind that you want to do on the first run. She'll give you kind of an idea of maybe how to improve it or ask a couple qualifying questions. And then boom, the scan is created for you. Quantum leap in the way of trade ideas. Users are going to be configuring the scans they want. So this is just the beginning. It's going to be a lot more coming from there. And this is kind of a new pivot for us.
I think I might need to upgrade my account. What is it? It's new, and then I want to go down again. Hold on, I want to see yours.
New. It's the very first one, AI Assistant.
Oh,
and
my first one is Brokerage Plus. So I'm on an older.
You need to, you need to go to the AI Trade Ideas download page and download the beta. It just came out 4 or 5 days ago. It's that new. We're still kind of playing with it ourselves around here. Another thing, just back to the old school way of doing things. Let's see, pull back to the 10 SMA daily. This is kind of a go-to swing trading scan for me. And it's got nothing on there today, but again, we can share all these scans. So whoever winds up getting a chance to play with trade ideas, we can share the stuff I'm showing with you. But if I just go to previous trading day, the scan is going to show me things that I want to see. And what I want to see are strong stocks. And this scan will in real time say, hey, PGNY on Friday, this is not today, was making a new low. And I want to see it only when it touches the 10 SMA. That's that top line right there fanned out. So that second candle behind is the Friday low. This scan will say, hey, these are strong stocks, Steve. They're pulling back. They're touching the 10 SMA. There was Schwab on Friday. But, it's an important scan for me because when you're swing trading, your entry is everything. The better the entry, the better the staying power, the better your net profits in the long run. So buying breakouts as a swing trader doesn't work. But if you can find a strong stock trending and pulling back 2 or 3 days, Trade Ideas will alert you with that scan I just showed you when it is actually touching the 10 SMA in that moment, brings it to your attention, and helps you focus on the things you need.
Very cool. Very, very, very cool. Can you share the configure for that?
Yeah, I'll share the configure for that one. And then I'm going to show you, I think you talked about, people wanting to just use some practice time in the summertime for swing paper trading.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think especially in this market, and it's like what we were talking about before, it's so tough. And I don't think a lot of people even realize that Trade Ideas has paper trading. So if you just want to paper trade, it's just easy.
Yep. All right, let me find the chat. Where's the chat?
Let me grab it for you. More options.
Here we go. Thank you. All right, let me just.
So guys, I'm gonna share the swing trading link for you guys, for everyone who has Trade Ideas, so that you guys can go ahead and use it. So there's the link that Steve has for swing trading, and just post that over in the chat room so that you guys are all set.
All right, and lastly, everybody has access to what we call our Brokerage Plus, and I've got it set up here, turned on. It's in the Trade Ideas paper mode. Can't do any damage. It's not connected to any live account. Let's say I want to swing trade this PGNY that just came off my alert. I can pull up this advanced trade ticket, and I've already got it set for dollars. I want to allocate 5,000 simulated dollars. I could try and join the bid, just buy the ask. I'll just buy market, and it'll pop in there. And hang on a second. Why is it not buying? Hang on a second. GI paper trading. It says opening. It says open buying at market. Surprise. Let me just see something here. I'm going to reconnect. Oh. Positions. Reconnect. Let's try a different one just for fun, just to see what happens.
Just to see what happens.
There we go. Little glitch, sorry. So I now have a simulated $5,000 QQQ order. I can do a few things with that. I can turn that back off. And you can see I've got a $1 profit showing up here in my chart. So it kind of helps you track. I can pop up here and offer a target. I can put a stop loss in just by adding a stop order, things like that. If I wanted to hide this, or excuse me, if I wanted to take half off, it was running for me real quick, I could just highlight that and click the half button. It'll sell half for me at market. So a lot of stuff going on in here. And I would encourage anybody who's looking to take this to the next level. You know, we do a live support session at Trade Ideas. It's on our live YouTube channel. Just drop by at 12 o'clock Eastern, Monday through Friday. And we're there for an hour, and we can take field questions and show you the desktop and get you going real quick.
Awesome. Well, that sounds great. And again, confirming with you, we can give away 2 Trade Ideas accounts for like 2 months to some traders here in chat.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, that's going to be great. I'm going to do that and get people excited just so they can get all this. But I will say I want to check out that AI assistant because there's many times that I just don't know how to configure a scanner. So I think that is actually going to be game changing. So I'm really excited about that, Steve.
Yeah, and we're constantly refining it, so it'll get better and better to where it's really a nice, engaging conversation to find out what it is you're looking for. So it's pretty mind blowing.
Cool. That is absolutely awesome. As always, I appreciate you stopping by. We're gonna do a giveaway here in chat, and we'll send you over some winners. All right.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So let me ask you real quick, right here, right now. Who here? I need 2 people. I need 2 volunteers. Who wants free access to Trade Ideas? I need 2 volunteers at this moment who will say, Deck, I will volunteer to be able to take 2 free months of Trade Ideas. So again, I want to give it away to traders here that are watching, traders here that are on top of it. Trade Ideas are people that are, you know, always here supporting. I don't like giving away gifts and things to people that just like are just randomly joining for a little bit. I like giving away to people who truly support. So this is gonna be good. This is gonna be real good, baby. Let's do it. All right, team. Let's have some fun. Now, what I will say is if you do not win, you guys can get Trade Ideas for 25% off so that you guys are all set, ready to go, ready to get after it, and ready to have some fun. Let's pick one winner right now. I might save one for today, one for tomorrow, right? But again, let's get one winner right here and right now. How should I do this? I want to make it fair and fun for everyone. Fair and fun for everyone to give you a chance to be able to win. All right? So, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have some fun here. I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do here. All right, traders. All right, here we go. First things first, we do have a little ADVB action. Hold on, let's just take 1 second back. Let's just take one step back right here, okay? Now, ZYBT, BIYA, ADVB, SKYQ, RPGL, STIM. Is there anything going crazy? It's more about ADVB right now. And we do have the S&P 500. S&P 500. Whoa! Guys, S&P 500. Oh my goodness, guys. I'm so good at being correct, but obviously, again, I'm not getting paid for it. Guys, look at this. The S&P 500. Where did I short? I shorted the S&P 500 at 748.70 or 748.50. And I said, you know what? If it hits a new high of the day, I'm going to get out. I want to build lower highs. And look what happens! It hits the exact high of the day. Dex being a smart trader. Let me again take my small loss and move on. And then it absolutely freaking implodes! Look at the S&P 500 from where I bought it at. The orange line. And said, let's short it. Let's do puts. Let's see the S&P 500 drop. And then again, it gets a little tiny pop right there. So I say, hey, let me move on from this. Let me be smart. You know what? I think it's going to drop, but let me again just be a smart trader. And then death happens. Okay, let's get back to it. Team. Traders, let's get back to it. Now, what we have right now, okay, is I am begging you. I want to give away. I get 2 Trade Ideas accounts that I can give away to you guys. Okay? Right now, it is a scavenger hunt. For every single person who wants a Trade Ideas account, it's a scavenger hunt. There is a special code word that I placed somewhere on the internet. First person to find the code word wins. Go. There's a special code word somewhere on the internet. If you find the code word, you win a free month of Trade Ideas. First person who gets it wins. Go. First person who gets it wins. You'll find it. You will find it. Go ahead. I'm giving you guys, again, $150 a month of free value if you find one code word. Go ahead. It's on the internet somewhere. First person who finds it will get a free month of access. You will get a free month of chat. And we got a winner! We got a winner. The winner right here. Trader Mike has found the code word. The code word is Barney. Trader Mike just beat Heather, just beat Super Ron. So we found a couple other people as well. Today I am live over on YouTube here today. A couple people finding it. Barney. So Trader Mike, you were the first person to get it. You just beat Heather. You just beat Super Ron as well. The code word is Barney. Trader Mike, you won. Congratulations. Now, I know there are some of you guys right now, I'm going to be honest, some of you guys are scratching your head right now and saying, where the heck was there Barney? What the heck? What is that code word? Now, guys, I will tell you exactly how to be able to get the code word, okay? So for anyone who does not know, okay, to get the code word, what you had to do was you had to go over to, and I will show you right now here, guys, just a little heads on up, okay? What you had to do was you had to go over to, again, Facebook, and then I have a Sean Dekmar account on my Facebook. Then you had to send my personal Facebook that I haven't used in 18 years. You had to send it a friend request. And then after that friend request, you had to go back on down to the last time I even used it. We're talking like 2020. Now, Ryan Fallon in 2020 sent me a happy birthday. You had to click this. You had to save this. Guys, I'm just kidding, okay? It's like, whoa, this is intense. No, guys, hey, if you follow me on X, you guys can see in my bio. Guys, what was in the bio? Code word Barney. If you are seeing this, you can win. So over on my X account, if you follow me on X, code word Barney. If you're seeing this, you can win. So again, Barney was the code word. That was right there on my X profile. And you guys, again, first one to saw it win. So Trader Mike, you are the first one to see it. You are winning yourself a free Trade Ideas account. Now, guys, tomorrow we're going to do it again. Now, I don't know if we're going to do a little scavenger hunt right now, but we are going to, again, definitely have some fun. All right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys did not win right there, but you guys still want 25% off, aka about $50 off on Trade Ideas, make sure you guys go ahead, click this, and I will again say I'm pretty impressed with the AI assistant. I've never used that before, but you know how many times I'm like, hey, make me a high of the day momentum scanner. Hey, make me again a breakout scanner. Hey, and now you can just talk to it. Now we're just talking to our computer. Traders, how far are we until we start falling in love with our AI bots? How far away? How many years is that away? Hey, Holly, tell me I'm cute. You're beautiful. Hey, Holly, if I could take you on a date, where would we go? Somewhere nice and expensive. Oh, yeah, we get each other. We just get each other. Hey, Holly, what's your favorite thing about me? The way you talk. Oh, thanks. I like your voice as well. How many years are we away until, again, we have robotic relationships? How far away is that? We're close. Traders, is anyone here shorting over on their prop? If you guys are shorting over on the prop right now and you guys are winning money, again, one person pass the prop firm and everyone gets funded. Right now here, traders. ADVB. ADVB still again slowly working itself on up. Guys, ADVB, a little bit of a climb. 875 is going to be next major resistance line. Traders, S&P 500 hitting new lows right now. S&P 500 hitting new lows. Dip buy, bounce play, 745. Next dip buy opportunity, 745. Guys, take a look over on the S&P 500 right now. S&P 500, connect the dots. Connect this bottom to this bottom to this bottom. It's actually going to be lower than. It's going to be like 744. Connect the dots over on S&P 500. S&P 500 still trying to spike. Also, ADVB, guys, coming on up towards around its pre-market highs. So right now here, traders, we want to continue to keep our eyes peeled, watching and waiting to see where this action is truly going to take us. Right now, ADVB. CYBT, S&P 500. Traders, let me ask you guys this question. How many people here have actually made a trade today? How many people here have sat on their hands the entire time, or only either A, paper traded, or B, prop firm traded? How many people here are saying, Deck, I'm not touching anything until I see a true reason to touch things. I don't want to touch anything until, again, until we find something that's great. I do want to see, is PANW still going up during this market? Guys, ADVB still trying to go as well. Now, ADBV does have a 920 right around those highs. I am watching the S&P 500. Guys, S&P 500, watch for the dip buy and bounce play as the S&P 500 comes back on down 10-minute time frame. That's going to be right around 744. 744, next dip buy opportunity for those that are interested, okay? Next dip buy opportunity for those that are interested right at 744, next possible option. All right, here, traders. No trades just yet for myself. I do want to see if we are going to see the S&P 500 get a little weaker, still get a little fade, and see if ADVB is going to be able to get some momentum here. ZYBT. ZYBT is not bad as well. ZYBT, guys, slow and steady. SKYQ. Right now here, traders, no forcing. If you guys do have any questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know. I'm more than happy to help you guys on out, as always, with anything that you guys need. We are a team here, and all I want to do is see you guys grow. All I want to do is see you guys make more money. And right now, I just want, all I'm doing is looking around. SPY trying to get that little bounce. SPY trying to get that little bounce right now. BIYA to STIM, BRIA. We are fine at this moment. Absolutely fine. Johnny Deck, don't you think you should just focus on the prop firm in this market? I mean, right now, yeah. I'm not trading anything. Traders, as I already stated, I've gone through a little losing streak over the past month and a half. I'm not trading anything right now. Not until we see something new develop. Now, that could be new as in a couple big breakouts. That could be new as a new trend. That could be new as a new hot stock. That could be, again, new as in something. I want to see some sort of trend develop. If it's AI data centers or AI semiconductors or AI memory, or maybe it's going to be NFTs, or maybe it could be electric vehicles, or maybe it could be space, or maybe it could be quantum computing, or maybe it could be silver and gold. Right now, we're in a drought. We're in no trend period. You know what I mean? When trends happen, that's where excitement happens. Hey, let's all play meme coins, or hey, let's play again AMC, or let's jump in over on Bed Bath & Beyond, or let's, like, when people find something and get super passionate about, that's where the most money's made. The most money is made when there's hot trends. If that's AI, if that's chips, if that's memory, if that's EVs, if that's space stocks, if that's quantum computing plays, if that's whatever, everything I just said, you know? I want you guys to realize that. I want you guys to know that. I want you guys to understand that. You know, like, this is a market where you guys can make a lot of money. ZYBT still going. BIYA. We're fine right now here, team. Next opportunity for the SPY would be, again, a dip buy all the way back down towards, again, the 10-minute time frame. 10-minute time frame's next opportunity. So, again, just keep watching this, guys. S&P 500, if you want to trade the prop firm, it's going to be back on down towards the low 744s. 744, next opportunity to pull the trigger, next opportunity to be able to get filled. Any questions, feel free to type them on out, okay? I'm going to run across the room, get myself a quick bottle of water. We'll be all set, ready to go. Right now here, traders, we still have the SPY still getting a little bit weaker and fading on down. Seeing where momentum is going to take us, guys. S&P 500 hitting some new lows right now. S&P 500, what's the 50-day moving average? 744.60. 744.60 is the 50-day moving average, which could definitely be a bounce area. I think it's going to more play off this 10-minute time frame, though. So just make sure that you guys are aware of this at this time. No forcing, more just a little bit of a patient game. All right, here, guys, we might be able to see that reversal coming on up. And let's see if we are going to be able to get that nice bounce. Let's see if we can be able to get that nice bounce opportunity coming as, again, the S&P 500 is looking for that bounce. So, again, still fading, still falling, watching for, again, this opportunity. Gone down towards 744.26 so far. 744.26 has been the low. I'm going to wait until we actually hit 744 on the dot before entering. Trader Mike, my one trade funded account. Nice. Congratulations there. Trader Mike, when did you pass your account? Did you pass it last week or this week? Did you pass it so that we're all passed? I'm just curious when you passed, if you did it earlier or whatnot. Right now, we're still, again, continuously keeping our eyes peeled over on this. Guys, the S&P 500 came on down towards the end. The price is $744.26 so far. We are looking for lows. ADVB, we still going on up. ADVB, guys, 920 is the target. Trader Mike, I passed a few weeks ago, not the challenge one. Gotcha. Okay, no worries. Just didn't know, baby. I just didn't know. Ladies and gentlemen, for everyone that's watching today, as always, we are live every single day over on Tradecaster. If you guys, again, want to be able to join us and join the party every single day, make sure you guys watch me trade, join the community, join the chat room, and you guys can come on over here over on Tradecaster.com. So again, make sure you guys never miss a beat. We go live every morning right around 7:15, 7:30 every day. And it's all about, again, making sure everyone's learning and growing together. Little heads on up, team. The S&P 500 is getting its first little dip buy and bounce play right now. SPY, again, trying to get that nice green candle. If you guys are getting those green candles at this moment, enjoy them and awesome. Team, I am not seeing anything worth me putting my real money in on. Nothing that I see that is even remotely worth me trading at this time. So, I am not going to force. I am not going to put myself in any play. I am not going to jump in on any stock right now. There is no reason at all for me to, again, trade anything at this moment. Okay? Stay smart, stay safe, stay alert. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns for me? Tomorrow we will do another giveaway of a Trade Ideas account. Trader Mike, send me an email and I will hook you up with another, with a free month of Trade Ideas. So that's going to be all set. You'll be all good, ready to rock and roll there. And we, again, I would love to have a big week ahead as we end July and start moving into August in the near future. I want to get ourselves going. I want to see some hype. I want to see that momentum. I want to see that action. I want to make that money. So, let's stay as smart as we can, stay as alert as we can, get ready to rock and roll, and to just see where this momentum is going to take us. Sound good? Team, you guys are absolutely fantastic. You guys are absolutely amazing. If you guys do have any questions, comments, concerns, as always, please let me know. But I just want to say thank you so much on this Money Monday for joining us. Tomorrow we will be back and ready to go, and obviously excited for the future to see what this market truly does bring. Right now it's just not worth touching anything. It's not worth our time. Let's stay smart. We know it's a choppy market. Make your money in pre-market. Make your money in the first hour. But if you go past the first hour, it's going to get a little tough. All right, I am going to throw in some tunes for us, I'm going to throw in some lessons for us right now so that you guys are constantly learning and growing and becoming the best trader that you guys can possibly become. So I am going to throw in about an hour lesson for you guys to learn and grow. If you guys have any questions, please ask me. I'm here for you and I'm happy to help. Happy Money Monday. Awesome job. And help me wrap this thing on up as always. Let's do it, team. In 3, 2, 1. I love ya. Thank you, traders. And let's keep this party going. You guys know it as always. Thank you so much. High intensity. It is going to be quick. I'm going to give you as much information as I possibly can. This is not going to be something where I'm going to talk about one topic and then just be around the bush for the topic for 30 minutes and you're like, okay, can we please get to the answer? I have done boot camps in the past where I have done that, where I've talked about certain things and why it's important and then to kind of went off into analogies and things. I don't want to. I am going to say, this is what we're learning. This is why it's important. Do you understand it? Great. Let's go to the next topic. This is what we're learning. This is why it's important. This is how we use it. We all good? Next topic. We have 4 days here. We have about 8 hours that we can be able to dive into and teach you a 10-year education. And remember, we are going 0 to 100, A to Z. If you are a caveman and just came out of prehistoric times and saying, I want to learn what the stock market is, that's where we're starting. So the very beginning is going to be a little bit of a repeat for you. The very beginning is probably going to be some things that you already know. But every single hour that passes, we are going to get more advanced, we are going to learn more, and we are going to push you to the highest level that you have been. Sound good? So, enough time talking. That's the most fluff that you're going to get this entire time. It's now time to dive right on in. Time to go over it all. Let's have some fun. Let's make sure that we're all set, ready to learn. And welcome to the Tradecaster Bootcamp. Let's do it. I'm Sean Deckmar, ready to take on over and teach you guys everything you need to know about stock trading. Let's get to work and let's have some fun. So, the first thing that we want to talk about is the stock market. This is as basic as we could possibly become. Welcome to the stock market. And actually, before we do that, I just got to move myself off to the side here. I'm also going to make myself a little bit smaller, traders, just so you guys can be able to see the slides in a little bit more detail, but I am right here for every single person. So let's head on over and let's again talk about it all. Number one, we are going into it. Welcome to the stock market. Have a notepad, have a notebook, and let's talk. Now, what we want to be able to talk about is this boot camp. Starting on off, we are going to be starting with the basics. We have to be able to build a foundation. For us to be able to build a foundation, we can then build this building of education off of it, but we have to start at level 0. So what I want to be able to have out of this boot camp is I want you guys taking notes. I want you guys asking questions, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed at times. If you are overwhelmed, email me, ask me questions at the end of it, write down a question, but I can almost bet as time goes by, I will be answering your questions so that you're all set. Now, I know what it takes to succeed, okay? To be successful in the stock market, I need to tell you what you need to do. Because once you watch this boot camp, you're going to go ahead and start opening up a brokerage. After you watch this boot camp, you're going to be excited to go ahead and make your first trade. But I want to actually lay down the rules of law of what it takes to be successful. It takes, number 1, education. Number 2, experience. You have probably heard me say that before in the past. You must be educated to have success. But you not only have to be educated, you also have to be experienced in your education. I could teach you how to fly a plane, but not until you actually get up there and learn how to fly it will you be able to understand, okay, this is what I read in the textbook to now applying it in person. Everything that I teach you right now, I want you guys to go open a paper trading account and then apply it. Get the hang of it before you guys become successful or before you start trading real money. I want you to learn everything I teach you here, then apply it to fake trading, get a great grasp before you go to real trading. Okay? So what I always say is my rule, 3 months of paper trading, successful paper trading until you become a full-time trader or until you start trading real money. The reason why I say this is because so many people say, hey, Deck, I've been stock trading now for the last 8 years. I say, how much money have you made? They said, oh, I've never made any money. So you really haven't done anything. You have been practicing bad habits for the last 8 years. If you cannot pass a paper trading account, if you cannot grow a small account, what makes you think that you can grow a large account? What makes you think that you're going to take the last 2, 3, 4 years of hard work, throw it into the stock market, and bada boom, you're going to be a successful stock trader? That's not how stock trading works. You have to put in the time. If you want to be a doctor, you have to put 8 years of work in. If you want to become a lawyer, 8 years of work in. If you want to become a teacher, 4 years of a bachelor degree. You want to be an accountant, 4 years of a bachelor degree. I want to be a stock trader. Oh, Deck, I just opened up a Robinhood account. That's not how it works. We have to have realistic expectations and be willing to grind. That's what this video is about, grinding. So, what is paper trading? What do I mean by fake trading? Every single broker that you guys log into, they will have simulated trading, which will be real-time markets, real-time value, real-time prices, and they will give you fake money to practice. This is absolutely amazing. This is absolutely great because you don't have to take any sort of risk, and you could be able to invest in the stock market to see where you're at and seeing how you're doing. Now, what a lot of people will realize is that they become more successful in paper trading than they do with their real money. Now, why is that? Why do they become more successful with paper trading than they are with real money? And I know a lot of people have probably gone through this before. It's because when you're paper trading, you don't have any emotions. When you're paper trading, you just say, hey, it's all fake. Let me go ahead and just do whatever. And if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. And the thing is, when you have real money, you become more hesitant. Now, I don't want you just randomly gambling and paper trading. I want you taking it as serious as possible. One of my favorite thoughts about this is if you guys ever see the movie Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks, the very first scene, they're sweating in an astronaut rocket ship. And they're trying to, again, connect one ship to the other ship. And guess what? Freddy kills them. And you don't know it's a simulator because how intense they're taking it. They're sweating. They're acting like it's real because they know when they go up in space, if they can't do it right now, guess what? They're going to die. And it's the same exact way you have to start off with your stock trading. So many people get caught up in the Wall Street bets. So many people get caught up in the LOM life and the social media and the Lamborghinis and yada, yada, yada. You can't do that. You have to be able to take time and say, if I can't even grow a paper trading account, I won't be able to grow a real money account. So why skip this process? If you have $2,000 in real life, you're paper trading with $2,000. If you can only trade at 9 a.m. in the morning, you're only trading at 9 a.m. with a paper trading account. There are times to go ahead and have fun and be crazy and just see what happens. But you have to be as specific as possible in your paper trading account to be successful. Not trade with $1 million and then in your real life account, you have $2,000. It's like basically trying out for the basketball team and practicing with a volleyball the entire time when, again, you have a basketball. There's no help. There's no correlation. Sure, it's fun to mess around every now and then, but if you're going to paper trade seriously. That's what it all comes on down to. So you can, again, paper trade on your broker. You can paper trade on Cobra Trading, which is my favorite broker in the world. And, of course, DOS Trader, which is what we use. Now, you guys can also track your trades. Tracking your trades is extremely important, and you can do it just on an Excel sheet. There are many different softwares out there to be able to help you get a trading journal, and I'll give you guys one at the end of this lesson. But at the same time, you guys can just open up an Excel sheet and be able to become a better trader. You want to be able to study and digest your trades. I think the best way to be able to learn is to be able to record yourself, just like I do right now, just like I'm doing with every single trade. I think I've gotten to the level that I'm at right now because of the fact that I record every single trade that I do. When I record my trades, I get to rewatch them and I get to put myself back into that present moment where I say to myself, what was I thinking? What was I doing? How many shares was I going after? What was my game plan? That is what we want to make sure that we understand. When you record yourself trading, you can talk out loud. You can be able to say exactly what you're feeling, and then you can rewatch it later on. Every single person can do this. You guys can get a microphone. A lot of computers already built in with a microphone. You can get a webcam. A lot of computers already have a built-in webcam, and you can just download OBS. OBS. Go to obs.com, download it. It's 100% free. You can record your live stream, record yourself, record your emotions, record your talking, record what you're doing. And you know what? A lot of people are going to learn from this. In the moment, you don't feel like you're doing anything wrong. When you rewatch it later on, you are doing something wrong. The best way to be able to think about this is sport athletes, right? I love golfing. In a moment, I'm just slicing a ball off to the right, slicing. I don't know why it's happening. I rewatch again, let's say my swing, I realize I'm doing something wrong. I'm a football player. I'm throwing interception after interception after interception. In the moment, I'm saying, how are all again these footballs getting picked off? Guess what? I realize again, I'm doing something wrong. When you rewatch yourself trading, you could be able to figure out, what did I do wrong here? Did I again not have a stop loss? Was I over trading? Was I again going too heavy too quickly? What was the reasoning behind it? So being able to track your trades and get a better understanding of your trades is going to be a crucial part of success. Now, trading journal guide here. Traders, you guys can pause this video later on. You guys can come back to it. You guys can take a screenshot of it. These are, again, going to be things that you just want to be, different terms that you would just want to be aware of. Same exact thing with stock trading acronyms here. HOD, high of the day. EOD, end of the day. ON, overnight. Stock traders, we don't like to waste time. We know time is money. The moment a hot press release comes on out, a stock can go on a big time breakout. The moment a big time stock goes on a big time move and I need to alert it to everyone, I might just say NHOD, new high of the day, stock XYZ. Typing things on out might take crucial seconds that are not worth my time because I could go ahead and make money during, again, very quick plays. So the thing is, pause this video as well. You guys can be able to learn these acronyms that you'll see a lot of times on StockTwits or Twitter or over in the Tradecaster chat room. Now, let's begin. When you think of the stock market, what comes to your mind? Everyone take a second right now. When you guys think of the stock market and you close your eyes, what comes to your mind? For me, again, I think of numbers. I think of math. I think of graphs. I think of all these different things, different moving charts and different arrows. Some people might say, Deck, when I think of the stock market, I think of rich people and confusing, and I don't really know what's happening. And that's absolutely fine, because that's how a lot of people think of it. They don't really know what's going on in the stock market. Now, why are we not learn? Why don't we go to school and learn about stock investing and stock trading? Well, the thing is, guys, it is risky. We need to understand that a lot of traders are going to have this information go through one ear and out the other, and they're going to be blinded by greed. I will tell you right now that I believe it's like 95% of stock traders fail. 99% of stock traders fail. Why is that? Why is there such a large amount of traders fail? There are people watching this video right now that they are going to fail. And it's because they don't put in the necessary work. They got the little hype inside them right now. They got that fire that's burning saying, I want to
Special.
become a stock trader. I've seen how much money people make. And then guess what? It slowly dies on off the moment they realize they have to do work. Oh, wow, this isn't, I can't just make $1 million overnight. Traders, I think stock trading is a lot like fitness. Day one, when you go to the gym, you're inspired, you're motivated, you're saying to yourself, I can't wait to get those six-pack abs. I can't wait to get those big muscles. I can't wait again to go ahead and impress that girl that I absolutely love. But at the same time, day one's easy. Day 7, you're a little sore. You maybe, again, said you're going to show up 4 times a week to the gym. You're now at 3 times a week. 2 weeks in, you're down to 1 time a week. You're sore. A month goes by, you're saying, I'm over it. I don't want that in your stock trading career. I want you to realize that there is so much positivity at the end of this, but you have to be willing to grind. And I think that's the reason why it is so addicting once you learn it. Once you figure things on out, it is so addicting because you're saying to yourself, this is incredible. I can be able to learn how to trade. I could be my own boss. I only have to work a few minutes a day at times. Yes, those are all amazing perks, but it's after hours and weeks and months and years of putting in work, right? So, day trading is amazing, traders. Day trading is the act of getting in and out of a certain stock in a very short period of time. Now, the thing is, why are we never taught how to day trade? Well, guys, day trading is relatively new. Right? When we think about, the internet, I remember I grew up in 1993 is when I was born. I remember I didn't even have the internet in my house until like 1998, 1999. I went the first 6 years of my life with no internet whatsoever. Then, of course, day trading got more popular with apps, right? Now we have Wall Street Bets. Now, again, we have the ease of computers. Before, again, you were calling up your broker saying, put me in on this play, and again, leave me in it. Now, again, we can be able to essentially be our own broker where we get in and out of plays. We make these decisions. We have the ease of the internet, apps, computers all in front of us. So when you think about it, we are like the first generation of day traders, first generation of being able to have this opportunity. What an amazing privilege, right? So what we need to understand to be a successful stock trader is going to be, what is the stock market? What are stocks and what are shares? Right? Let's just go back to the basics here. So what is the stock market? The stock market is where investors connect to buy and sell investments, most commonly stocks, and where shares of ownerships are in public company. After you purchase your first investment, you'll join the ranks of investors around the world who are using the stock market to build long-term wealth. Essentially, guys, the stock market is just one big marketplace for stocks, aka companies. And you as the public can go ahead and have ownership inside these specific stocks. And as the company does well, you are going to be able to generate wealth. As the company does well that you invested in, your investment is now going to grow with the company. And this is where the majority of millionaires are created. If you want to be a millionaire, there's only 3 ways to actually become wealthy and have generational wealth. You guys want to know the secret? It's number 1, start your own business. Entrepreneurs, they again do great. If you have a successful business, you can make a lot of money. Number 2, real estate. Real estate, absolutely amazing. When you own property, when you own homes, when you own apartments or hotels, you can make hundreds of millions of dollars. Absolutely incredible. And number 3, stock investments. Investing into the stock market. Now, when you think about millionaires, the thing is, millionaires usually have all 3. They have some sort of real estate. They have some sort of rental property. Maybe they have some sort of business or side hustle. And of course, they have money making for them. That's the stock market. That's investing, putting money into companies where they know 6 months down the line, they could be having 100% return, right? That's incredible. Now, the stock market traders, the S&P 500 on average returns anywhere between 10 to 15%. Now, the thing is, over the last 2-3 years in 2022, 2023, 2024, into 2025, we've been seeing massive returns. Not so much in 2022, but 2023, we had around a 23% return. 2024, we're up towards around 20% return. Right now, we have the S&P 500 currently up around 10%. It's great to be able to know that when we take a look at the S&P 500, we are going to be able to consistently grow. Take a look at what we have right here, traders, when we take a look at the S&P 500. Let's go back into the monthly chart. The S&P 500, when we take a look back over into the monthly chart, we can go all the way back down to 2009. The S&P 500 is the top 500 companies in the United States. These are the best and highest and most productive, most profitable companies in the United States. When people say they're investing into the stock market, most of the time what they're referring to is they are investing into the SPY, the S&P 500. You could see we have gone from $97 all the way up to $643. Because when you invest in the SPY, you are looking for a safe, slow investment. Now, Do we have recessions, aka times that are bad, times that we see negative GDP growth? Do we have times that we have of 2008 or the dot-com bubble or the Great Depression? 100%. Those times happen. Were there times back in 2022 when we raised interest rates and the stock market fell? When we again crashed during 2020 when we all had to stay inside because we couldn't go outside without a mask? Do you guys remember that? All of those times were scary. But the thing is, every single one of those have recovered. 2008, we recovered and we hit record highs. 2020, we recovered and we hit record highs. 2022, we have recovered and we have hit record highs. The dot-com bubble, we have recovered and we have hit record highs. The Great Depression, we have recovered and hit the record highs. We are in the United States of America. We have some of the strongest businesses in the entire world, the most profitable businesses in the entire world. And I know it's a little crazy to say, but yes, over time, the S&P 500 only goes up. There are times of pullbacks, there are times of fear, and there will be times of recessions and bubbles and drops. But look what would happen if you said, oh, Deck, I'm going to invest back in 2016, 2018, 2020. You would be up exponentially. You would be up almost 100% on investment. I mean, that is absolutely insane to be thinking about. One of the biggest pieces of wisdom I could throw out there is I don't care if you're 16 years old, if you're 30 years old, if you're 45, if you're 50. You want to start some sort of retirement account as early as possible. When you throw money into the stock market and you forget it, let's say you put money in the S&P 500, over 8, 9, 10, 20 years, you are going to generate hundreds of thousands of possibly millions of dollars. No one wants to be 65. No one wants to be 70 years old and says, I still have to work the rest of my life. If you start putting money away now, you can know that the S&P 500 over time is going to continuously work itself on up and continuously grow. Now, even if you only put $1,000 in, it's going to grow. You put in $50,000, it will grow. You put in $100,000, it will grow. They say the first $100,000 will be the hardest $100,000 you will ever have to make. And the reason why it's so hard to be able to get to that 100,000 price point is because once you get to 100,000 or once you start trying to grow it, it takes a long time to compound that 100,000. Put $5,000 in, you might only make, $500. You put $10,000 in, you make $1,000. You put $50,000 in, you make $5,000. But once you start putting in $100,000, after again, let's say 8, 9 years, and your compound interest finally grows on up, now again, you have $100,000. Maybe on a bad year, you're making still $10,000 a year from doing nothing. Then as time goes by, maybe you started this retirement account at the age of 20, 30, and now you're 40 years old. You have $1.5 million. You're making off of nothing $150,000 a year. By the time again you're 55 years old, you have $3 million, and you're making $300,000 a year from doing nothing. This is how generational wealth is created. This is how people are set for retirement. This is how you see, again, a whole bunch of old people dancing and living it up because they have set themselves up for success. Now, let's not be naive about this. I completely understand that we live in a world where it's hard to save. We live in a world where, again, some people live paycheck to paycheck. I completely understand that. But that's why I say the earlier you start and even the smallest amount you put in will have an impact in your life as you get older. You must understand that because the proof is in the pudding right here. You can see how the market consistently grinds even during tough times. So that's why the stock market is so incredible. That's why the stock market is so amazing. Now, let's think about this. The stocks. What are stocks? Stocks, also known as equity, is a security represents the ownership of a fraction of a corporation. Stocks are bought and sold predominantly on stock exchanges, though it can be private sales as well. How do stocks work? Companies sell shares in their businesses to raise money. They then use that money for various initiatives. So traders, investors, everyone listening right now, what is the point of someone going on the stock market? Well, if you are a business that needs to raise capital, you are going to put yourself on the stock market. Now, the reason why we do this, Bill, because there are public companies and there are private companies. Some companies say, we don't need funds. We have all the funds we need. We want to stay private. We want to be able to do what we want to do. We don't want to have a big board of directors and anyone have any sort of say. People like to do that. But if a company is trying to achieve their goals and they're saying, hey, we're trying to achieve our goals, but we just don't have the funds. We don't have the cash to be able to do this. You know what? Let's put our company on the stock market and allow other people who have the same vision that we have to be able to invest into us. So let's say, again, a company has $10 million and they're trying to figure out a brand new drug, a drug to be able to cure cancer. and they say, hey, we burned through our $10 million. What can we do now? Well, I can't get another $10 million in the bank, or again, this guy or this guy. So you know what? Let's put it on the stock market. And all of a sudden people say, wow, I like this company. I'm going to invest $5,000. I'm going to invest $20,000. I'm going to invest $100,000. And let's say thousands of people do that. Well, now guess what? Now, again, people are committing themselves saying, I believe in this company. Here's money from me to you to go ahead and get a better product. And I get in return ownership of your company. When you again say, here's $20,000, you get a piece of that company. You give me the 20 grand. I can now work on again this drug treatments. You have a small percentage of ownership. If we do successful in our trials, if other people invest into our company, you own ownership here, and now your $20,000 is going to be worth more when you want it later on. That's how stocks work. Stock says, hey, I'm a company A. I'm on the stock market. Invest into me. We can grow together. And that's why people love, again, being involved in the stock market. We talked about the 3 ways of generational wealth. One thing is an entrepreneur. Well, guess what? You're essentially an entrepreneur when you are a trader. You are a business. You are a CEO, and you are running your own little firm. And you're saying, I want to be able to grow my business. Well, how can I grow my business? By investing into other great potential businesses. So a stock is going to equal our partial ownership. Now, what are shares? Shares are going to be the units of equity of these ownership, interests, and corporations that exist in a financial asset, providing an equal distribution in any residual profits. So basically what we have here is we have the stock market. The stock market is going to be the entire marketplace. We're going to have our stocks, aka businesses that are on the stock market, and the shares are what we're buying of the company, representing our ownership of that company on the stock market. So it basically just kind of keeps dribbling down the line. Shares are going to be what you see on your broker, how many shares of a company you own. The more, again, you own, the more you probably have to buy, the more investment it's going to take, but also the more you can make. Stock trading is a game of money, ladies and gentlemen. The more that you invest is the more you can make. The more you make, the more happy you're going to be. But at the other side, if you're wrong, you can lose more money quicker. So you do have to be very careful on how you're going to be trading. So how do we make money in the stock market, right? Let's say we purchase stock XYZ for $23. Stock rises up to $31. Maybe a lot of people invest into the play. The stock moves on up. Maybe again, they come out with great drug trials. The stock moves on up. We sell at $31. We are going to be able to make an $8 profit. Now, $8 profit on those shares, absolutely. But the thing is, traders, a lot of people are going to not just buy one share. People are going to buy hundreds of shares. Thousands of shares. So again, if you have 1,000 shares and you have an $8 move, you're now going to have $8,000. And this is the absolutely beautiful thing about people investing money. Stock trading is a game of the more money you have, the more money you can make. So make sure that you guys understand that when you are first starting off, you might not see that $20,000 gain, that $20,000 day, because how you have to trade definitely comes down to percentages. A lot of people always think, oh, wow, this guy made $20,000 in a day. Well, traders, let's think about this here for a second. If I have a $100,000 account, I'm trading with $100,000. You're trading with $10,000. And I make, let's say, a $3,000 profit. Okay? Now, you go ahead and you make a $3,000 profit. Who's the better trader? You are. You absolutely crush that trade. If I make a $3,000 profit, that means I made a 3% return on my investment. If you made a $3,000 trade, guess what? You just made a 30% return on your investment. So the thing is, don't get lost in the sauce by looking at social media or looking at other people and saying, oh, wow, that guy made $25,000. That guy could be trading a $100,000, $200,000 account. If you are, again, making $2,000 and you only have a $2,000 account, you made a 100% return, which is probably better than Wall Street, better than the majority of people on the internet. You have no idea how much some people are trading. So the thing is, always understand your percentage return. Well, Deck, what's a great percentage return? Anything over 10% is an amazing return. If I have a $100,000 account, I invest it into a play, I make $10,000. That's a great return. It's very rare to see people make 10%, invest $20,000 and make $20,000 within that same day or that week or that month. That's where, again, day trading sometimes gets a little fantasy land. You have to understand the percentages of return that you have. Okay? So let's go into some very quick, easy terminologies, just continuously building up these fundamentals. Buy, take a position into a stock. Sell, to sell the shares that you own. Bid, to be the bid side is going to be the buyer side. So this is a level 2. We're going to dive into lessons on level 2, but the bid is going to be buyers or buyers to be. These are people that are setting limit orders at a certain price, saying, please fill me. If you want to sell me your shares, this is where I will buy your shares at. The ask is going to be the opposite side, potential sellers, people that have their shares up for sale, and you as a buyer can go ahead and take those prices. The bid ask spread is the difference between the bid, the buyers, and the ask, the sellers. If there's a spread between it, let's say there's one at $1, this one's at $2, there's a $1 spread. Bull market, a great time to be investing when stocks tend to go on up. Bear market, a time when we start seeing a lot more weakness and we start seeing dropping in the market. A market order is a very simple order where when you click buy, you're filled instantaneously. A limit order is where you set the price that you want on a specific play. Once again, that price comes down, that's where you will then be filled. Volatility is going to be how active a stock is. When you have a high volatile play, you're going to have a stock with a lot of movement. More movement equals more money on the upside or possibly on the downside. Market liquidity, the measure of a stock's ability to be bought and sold more quickly. Usually this comes down with more volume, more amount of people, more shares being traded. You are going to have high liquidity. Trading volume is the number of shares of being traded from hand to hand. Another way to put this is almost like volatility, almost like liquidity, where we are saying there's a lot of action, there's a lot of volume. It's the shares traded from hand to hand. So if we have 100 people buying, or let's say 100 shares are being bought, 100 shares are being sold, we now have 200 in trading volume. Going long is the same exact thing as buying a play. Another terminology. Going short means you're betting against the company. Averaging down means you are in on a position at a higher price point, but as the stock falls, you buy in more shares, which lowers your overall average. If I bought a stock at $100 and it falls down to $50 and I buy the same amount of shares at $50, now again, I have a position at 100, I have a position at 50, my new average price is going to be 75. Averaging down is a technique people use to bring down their cost basis, aka their average, hoping that they get a dip buy and now they're getting a lower price point. Float is going to be how many shares are available to the public. The lower the float, the higher the demand, the bigger the spike we can have. The float is just the size of how many shares are available to the public. When we have a low supply, when we have a low float, the stock can be extremely volatile. When we have a higher float, it usually tends to be a little bit slower. It's going to be harder to push around. Outstanding shares. This is the total number of company shares. It includes both public float and restricted shares. So these are going to be some of the top things that you guys need to understand. Now, obviously, I'm going to be able to send this to every single one of you guys. You guys do have it recorded, so you can always go back and be able to check out every single one of these moves so that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Now, before we go any farther as well, I do want to go over some great websites and tools that you can be using to make sure that you become the best stock trader that you can possibly be. Sound good? So, what are the tools that I'm using? Because starting on off, I want to make sure everyone understands what I'm doing, where I'm at, and what I'm currently at this moment. So starting on off here, traders, is let's go ahead and take a look over on these charts. These charts right here, and let me actually bring up my live trading charts here. My live trading charts. Everything that you see, you want to be using the best equipment possible. I always say you could be the greatest race car driver in the world, but if you don't have a great race car, unfortunately, you're just not going to win. If you want to be a successful stock trader, yes, you need to be educated. Yes, you have to have experience, but at the same time, you have to use great equipment. If you are not using the best equipment out there, you're going to be slow. You're going to be behind. You're going to be missing out on plays. So it is crucial for me to be able to make sure that every single person understands what is the best equipment out there for you to become the best trader possible. So number one, Deck, what is on your screen right here and right now? How can I get the same exact screen? Number one, you guys are going to want to be using Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas are going to be the scanners that you see. The charts here, the high of the day momentum scanner, the breakout scanner, Trade Ideas, you guys can go ahead and check them on out. Let me bring up the link right here so you guys can go over towards it. If you guys do type in the word Deckmart Trades, you guys are going to be getting 15% off. But again, we do have Trade Ideas. They do have pricing there. You guys can go ahead, check it on out. You guys do get 15% off as well over on Trade Ideas. Right? One of my favorite tools to be using. Now, my absolute favorite scanner is going to be right here. The number one question I get every single day is people say, Deck, how do you find the best plays of the day? How do you know what stock to get yourself involved in? Deck, how do you know out of 10,000 different plays, how do you know what to trade? Well, it's very nice when the answer is given to you. See, the thing that you have to understand is stocks move for specific reasons, aka hot news comes on out. You want to be able to use a scanner that shows you all of the news every single day. Why is HCWB up? Because it had a press release. Why is CAPS up? Because it had a press release. Why is STSS up? Because it had a filing. Unfortunately, there's no magic way just to know whatever stock is about to spike. You have to be studying hot news in pre-market and finding what's the best plays here. Like for instance, if I want to say, okay, hey, what the HCWB going? HCWB went from 345 up to 617 right here. How did I know that? Well, because it did come out with hot news right here. If I want to take a look at all the best plays of the day so far, OSRH, HCWB, CAPS, Deck, I want to know what Nancy Pelosi is buying right now. You know, everyone talks about what is Nancy Pelosi getting herself involved in. Okay, great. Let me go ahead and look at her portfolio. Oh, she's buying AVGO or NVIDIA or Amazon. Hey, Deck, I want to be able to, whatever that could be. This right here is Fox Runner. So again, Fox Runner is how I find all the plays every single day. So for me, guys, what I always like to do is I always like to, be able to find the hottest stock every morning. That's going to be right here. Then on top of that, I then do research on that play throughout the charting. So it's basically, again, Fox Runner and Trade Ideas are basically like my ham and egg. It's what I got. It's my left-right punch. It's going to be Fox Runner gives me the best plays of the day. Trade Ideas is going to be where I do my research for that trade. Does that make sense? If I don't have Fox Runner, I don't know what to research. If I don't have Trade Ideas, I can't really dive into the chart a lot more. Okay? So Fox Runner traders, if anyone did not see this, Fox Runner actually just became free for, again, limited access. So if anyone has not checked that on out, you guys can actually head on over to foxrunner.com. And you guys will be all set. Live news to the stock exchange in one play. And you also do get a free 30-day pass, but they actually just made Fox Runner free. So you get limited access with the free version. And then, of course, if you guys are on the paid version, you just get way more access. So that just came on out. Little heads on up, but that's how I get all the news every single day so that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Now, also on top of that, traders, we did talk about what is going to be the trading journal. We talked about learning and becoming the best trader that you could possibly become. Trading journal, studying. Well, we live in a world now that, again, it's all about AI, artificial intelligence. This right here, team, you guys can check this on out. I'm the only person with this. If you type in the word I'm going to show you right here, 14-day. Type in 14-day with a capital D. This is a brand new AI trading journal that's going to link to your broker and tell you if you're over trading, what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right, where, again, your risk management is, how to become a much better trader. So if you guys have not checked this on out, you guys also do get a free 14-day pass over on this as well, so that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Let me grab that here for you. And you guys will be all set, ready to get after it, ready to make this money, and of course, continuously crushing it. Last but not least here, team, I do want to go over my broker. My broker is Cobra Trading. Absolutely incredible. My favorite, again, broker in the entire world. And you guys can be able to sign up over on Cobra Trading, and you guys will be all set, ready to go. If you guys do type in the word Deckmar Trades over on Cobra Trading, you guys will be all set. And you guys will get tons of discounts. Let me see if I can grab a quick little link over on Cobra Trading for you guys. And you guys will be all good. Man, but as we said, that is the first little bit of just the introduction. Now, I know what some people are probably saying right now. Some people might be sitting here and saying, man, this guy is talking. This guy is getting to work. This guy is getting after it as quickly as possible. I'm telling you, I am not here to waste your time in any sort of way. I'm not here to waste your time in any sort of way. We are going to keep this party going constantly. I just want to give you guys the information. By the end of this, I want every single person saying, he went through so much information as quickly as possible, just gave it to us, no fluff, no nothing. He just went straight through it and made sure that we were learning. That's what I want. Okay. Last but not least, here is again the shorting broker that I use to be able to get every single one of my plays. So again, you guys do get a link right here, Deckmar Trades over on Cobra, free month of commissions, 50% off for life, free software as well. So if you guys have not checked this on out, you guys can go ahead and do that, and you guys will be all use the 50-day or the 200-day, or again, sitting down and saying, what is every single our next topic of discussion here? And our next topic of discussion is going to be entries. Now, I know a lot of people don't think this, but it's very simple to find the number one top gainer of the day. We have all these scanners, we have all this equipment, we have Foxrunner, we have trade ideas, we have all those things that we already talked about what you guys need to be able to start off each morning. But the thing that's more difficult is actually figuring out a price point on where to enter a stock. When you figure out the price point of where to enter, that is going to lead towards you actually being successful. I cannot tell you how many times I have bought the number one top gainer of the day and somehow lost. A stock goes from $5 to $25, but maybe I got filled when the stock went from $5 to $10, got filled, it fell back down to $8, I get out of the play, next thing you know, it's all the way up to $20. And I know a lot of traders can relate to this, somehow getting in at the wrong time, and it seems like every time we do get in, the stock reverses on us. So how can we avoid that? How can we have great entries? Now, an entry of a stock, very simple, is just going to be putting ourselves in on that play. We are taking our hard-earned money, buying shares of a stock, and now we are going to have partial ownership. Now, as we have partial ownership, depending on how that stock's performance is, we could either make money or we could lose money. Now, one of the most important things there are in stock trading on how to be able to figure out where a stock is going to be moving next. It is not about what is the best play of the day. As I said, that's very simple and easy to be able to discover. What you need to figure out is where are reversals going to happen. So everyone write that down. The secret to success is being able to figure out where a stock is going to reverse. If you can figure out reversals and you can become a master of where our stock's going to reverse, that is where you are going to have the most amount of success. Because guess what? I can figure out stock ABC is going on a big spike, but I need to figure out the greatest entry. Now, these entries are going to be support and resistance. I know we talked about this on our last lesson, going over what is support. Well, support is simply enough just an area where we are going to see bouncing. It's going to be a price point, which is almost like a platform. We're also going to see resistance. Resistance is going to be an area of rejection. It's almost like a roof. We can't get through it. It's through a ceiling that we cannot break above those certain price points. So let's start off with support. We are going to buy at the strongest support line we see after a spike. This could be past chart history pattern, natural support, or detailed support. We are buying at support because this is where we can increase our reward and minimize our risk. So, for instance, traders, if we are taking a look over on this chart and we are realizing that every single time it comes on down to this bottom blue line, we get a bounce play off of it, we could start putting together a pattern. Not only am I seeing that we are going to get a dip buy and bounce play off this bottom blue support line, but we also know that other traders throughout the world are also going to notice this pattern. So they're going to be placing entries. Remember when I told you that the stock market moves because people are buying and selling? It's companies buying and selling. It's hedge funds buying and selling. It's brokerages buying and selling. It's retail traders buying and selling. When we establish a support and resistance line, we are now going to be able to understand where should we buy at to be able to have the most amount of consistency. So we could take a look right here. And we can realize not only is support just a flat platform moving sideways from past chart history pattern, but we can also see that support is also going to be horizontal at times. We are going to be able to see trend lines. Now, the big issue with a lot of traders is they realize that we have these uptrends. But guess what they fall into? They fall into their emotions. They fall into FOMO, the fear of missing out. They constantly buy at wrong times. This is what I want to get through to your head right here and right now. The majority of traders will not buy a stock near support. They will buy a stock after it has already bounced on up, and now they have the visual confidence the stock is going up, so now it's a good time to buy it. That is absolutely incorrect in every single way. You do not want to wait for a stock to move itself on up. You do not want to wait for a stock to spike and rip and run. You do not want to wait for a stock to be able to spike up 100% before you get yourself involved in on that play. That is not going to be the time to be successful. As you guys can see right here, every single time the stock has spiked, if you missed out on the bounce play, you most likely got caught up in a drop. This is where you have to go against your human nature. Your human nature is do not buy a stock that is falling and fading. I completely understand that. But the falling and fading is when a stock becomes oversold, just like when we talked about on the RSI. A falling and fading stock is when we have a dip buy and a bargain price. A falling and fading stock is when we have the best opportunity to make money. If we buy stocks after it already has a 70 on the RSI, because this is when we're the most confident, because we see that it has proven results, it usually means we are buying and someone else is selling their shares to us, which means we're paying out their profits. You have to reverse your mindset in stock trading. I am not telling you to just buy every single stock that's dead and it'll come back up at some point. That is not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is if we see a good, strong, healthy company or a stock that's very hot on the day with a good press release, with a lot of good volume and volatility, and we have an uptrend, we can look for dip buys rather than being the person that feels like we have to buy at the highest point, hoping that it goes higher. So, we always want to be looking at our support and resistance lines. Now, these are the best entries that you could possibly ever have. Support is where you dip buy, support is where you enter, resistance is where you sell, or resistance is where you short. So, if I wanted to get involved over on stock XYZ right here, we can realize where would be the best area to be able to dip buy this play. Get next to the blue line. Refuse to buy at highs. I will tell you, and I will even say for myself, I would always be a trader when I first started that wanted to look for the breakout, wanted to look for that big squeeze and that big spike. The majority of traders who do that will consistently lose. Buy at the blue line, short at the red line, take profits at the red line, cover your short at the blue line. It's a game of just back and forth, and once you establish the pattern, you are going to have success in this game. So, how do we know when to actually buy at the break of resistance? Because that's when we get the next leg on up. I will always say, look for the entries at support, and from there, you'll eventually get the break of resistance. But if you keep buying at resistance, you're going to have some trouble. Usually what you could see is it's going to be the third to fourth touch is when we have the break of resistance. The third or fourth touch is when enough buyers come back on in where we get that big time breakout run. So what we can see here is here's a very easy textbook example. The way that I always like to think about this is our first touch of resistance is going to be us establishing resistance. So when a stock XYZ runs on up to the price of $5, we hit $5, we establish $5. We fall back on down, we bounce off support, we run back on up. We enforce $5. Then the third time we come up and around, we break $5. It's not always true. It's not always this is the third or fourth time we're going to break out, but it's a nice little rule of thumb to help you just get a mindset of when we can see a breakout. Establish resistance, enforce resistance, break resistance. Sometimes it might be the third touch, sometimes it might be the fifth touch. But if you consistently keep hitting those highs, there is a great chance that you are going to be able to break out. Little side note, one of the greatest ways to know that a breakout's going to be coming is every single time that you do have a pullback, you have a higher low, showing that even when you are getting rejected, you're still taking a few steps forward. So a higher low is something that we are going to talk about, but it's something that you guys might just want to be thinking about right now to know when a stock is going to get a nice breakout. Now, what else can you guys see out of the image right here? You can also see that our old resistance, where we had trouble getting above before, is now turning into support. This is an area where we are going to get dip buys and bounce plays towards. So support and resistance is going to be consistently changing. Old resistance will hold up as support depending on where the price point is at. And this is how we can be able to be predictable in the stock market. So, what do you guys realize over on our charts as a little bit of an example right here? We might have the price of $5. $5, we hit as resistance, we fall back on down. We hit as resistance, we fall back on down. We break resistance, guess what? We run up towards our new resistance line. Let's say $7.50. $7.50's new resistance, guess what? $5 is now a great dip buy. Runs up to $7.50, $5 is now a great dip buy. Runs up to $7.50, $5 great dip buy. Guess what, guys? We now break $7.50. $7.50, guys, eventually we fall back down to $7.50. Guess what? This is our new dip buy. So another great example of just understanding how support and resistance is going to work hand in hand to always give us our best entries. Just like here, we can see $2. $2 holds on up, we fall back on down, nice bounce off that 50-day moving average. $2 holds on up, start building higher lows, stock starts getting tighter, here's the breakout. First touch, we establish $2 resistance. Second touch, we enforce $2 resistance. Third touch, we break and squeeze $2 resistance. The 1, 2, 3 punch right here. Same exact thing when we take a look over on this example. Top resistance, top resistance, top resistance, top resistance. Eventually, we break out of it. But you could see, this one didn't take 3 times. This one took about 4 to 5 times before it broke resistance. But the number one issue that a lot of new traders make is they're always buying here, looking for the breakout, but it cracks. Buying here, looking for the breakout, and it cracks. Very simple, very straightforward here, team. Where do you have a better chance of success? If you, again, buy here, you lost one time. You buy here, looking for the breakout, but it doesn't happen. You lose again. You buy here, you buy here. You lose again, you lose again. And then finally, let's say you buy here and you finally win. It took you 4 losses before you had a 1 win. Why would we do that? When guess what? We could buy here, we win. We buy here, we win. We buy here, we win. Guess what, guys? We could even buy somewhere down here, we win. We can win so many more times just by buying at lower areas, buying where we have our dip buys. So do not get emotional. We want to make sure that we understand, of course, these charts and understand where we have the greatest odds. We have reward, not risk. Market conditions are everything, traders. Now, every single day, the market's going to give us different conditions. We are going to have hot days. We're going to have slow days. We're going to have days that we can make a lot of money. There's going to be days that we're not going to have as much volume. Like, for instance, right now in August, it's a little bit slower at times, isn't it? During August, we're not seeing as many big-time breakouts. In August, we might have traders doing what? Enjoying the weather, hanging out with their families. People on Wall Street are in their Hamptons houses, hanging out at the beach, going on vacations. The thing is, we know that the hottest time of the year is going to be October, November, December. We know of very hot times, January, February, March. We need to know the hot times of the year when we can be putting big money in the market, expecting big returns, and maybe when we want to slow things on down. A great example would be skiing. If you are a skier or a snowboarder, you know everything about conditions. If you have great conditions or it's nice fluffy snow, you're going to have a great day. But what if you want to go skiing and snowboarding and it's 80 degrees out, there's no snow on the mountain, the chairlifts aren't open, but you really want to go skiing? Hey, have fun, enjoy it. You're going to have to hike up a mountain. You're going to be riding on grass and dirt. You're going to fall, hit a rock, right? It's like, you have no control. It's awful conditions. There's no snow. So sometimes we are going to have days that are not going to be as hot as other days. Sometimes we're going to have that absolutely perfect day where it seems like everything is breaking out. Please understand that the market conditions will change every day, and you want to be able to gauge that by seeing in pre-market how much is stocks moving. Are stocks up 100, 200, 300%? If they are, it's a very hot day already. If they are, we can expect to go ahead and attack plays with big volume and big action. But if we wake up and there's only a top gainer that's up 10%, 5%, nothing's moving, no hot news, well, we may want to slow down, take a little bit of a step back and understand these are the conditions that we have on this day. Do not fight it, because guess what? You're one individual. You're one fish in a giant ocean. Your, again, $2,000 trade jumping in on a play isn't going to make anything rip and run. You have to go with the current of the ocean. Don't go against it. So, when can you look for these breaks of breakouts, right? We already talk about these breakouts. We talk about watching for these huge spikes and these rips and these runs. When can you have the best chance of buying at the break of resistance for that next leg? Well, hotter market conditions, weeks with multiple spikes, big news, big volume, higher lows, right? That's what we want to be able to see. We want to see higher lows. We want to wait for the third to fourth touch. We want to see a day that maybe stocks are up 200, 300, 400%. Everyone on social media is talking about that. So that's very important that we consistently buy at lows, of course, waiting for great opportunities to present itself. When do I buy at support? Always. You can always look for a dip buy at support. There's never an issue. There's never anything wrong with looking for a dip buy down low. And guess what? If it doesn't bounce, you are going to have a stop loss underneath your support line where you have such minimal risk. It's always worth at least trying to test it on out, right? So are there any other times to be able to enter plays? Well, Deck, we're talking about support and resistance so much. When is going to be the best times to be able to enter plays? And this is what we talk about learning the alphabet. We have A, B, C, and D. What are going to be the best times to be able to learn plays? This is where I do got to get a little creative right here, because I do want to be able to talk about right now, how can we be able to trade stocks? How can we be able to get in on the greatest entries? Well, you guys have already learned that we definitely want to be getting involved at these great price points. But I always look at plays and I always think about the alphabet. I think of A, B, C, and D. Now, what is that referring to? Let's say, again, we have a stock that does this. We have a stock that moves itself on up, hits, let's say, strong $5 resistance, falls back on down, and now is starting to move itself back on up. The alphabet in my eyes is going to be what? A. A is going to be establishing strong resistance. A is going to be the high of the day. A is going to be the price point that we want to be able to break through eventually. B is going to be the reversal. B is going to be fading and falling and dropping back on down. C is going to be right when the stock starts finding a little bit of that higher low. So C is going to be, hey, we just found support. We're now building that higher low. And then D is going to be when we get back up to resistance and we finally start getting a nice breakout. So let me ask you guys a question. When would we want to buy plays? When do we want to look to be able to get involved over on these stocks? The correct answers that we are looking for is if we are looking to go long, aka buy stocks on the upside, the best entry is always C, with the potential entry of D. Remember, we do not want to get caught up in the hype of buying a stock that is spiking and moving on up just to buy at the tippity top. We want A to establish where the high of the day is. We want A to establish where resistance is at, but we want to avoid buying at A. The only way that we would ever buy at A is if we're shorting, aka betting that the stock is going to fade and fall. Remember, watching to see if maybe the stock is going to form one big upper shadow right there, and maybe we can short it back on down. Then A would be fantastic. B is when we are going to look to find support. So as we get down to B, if we are shorting this play, this is where we probably want to cover our position because now we're coming on down to a support line. Now, Deck, when would we want to start actually going long? Well, going long would be once we start seeing a little bit of higher lows off support. Now, there will be many times, as I already stated, that we do get rejected off D. The best price to be able to get involved over on plays is going to be somewhere between C and, of course, as you're moving up towards around that D area to get the best overall cost basis or the best overall average. If we can have a great average before we actually get to D, that's going to help us save a lot of money. Let's say this, guys. Let's imagine this here for a second. Let's imagine that we are looking for a great entry. We believe that we are going to get a breakout coming on up. We believe the big time breakout's going to come on up. This is the third or fourth touch in the near future. Okay? What could I do? I could enter right next to C. I see that higher lows are starting to form. I see that the stock is moving on up. And let's say right now at this moment, I have 1,000 shares over on this play. I could enter at C. Once we get up to D, I again lock in 500 shares. Guess what? I just made profit. I am guaranteeing myself to make profit. I'm guaranteeing myself to be able to lock in some sort of gains. And you know what? If it does break out, well, then I got 500 shares that I can be able to continue to hold. But let's say the stock turns and starts falling. Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I could get out here. I could get out here. And again, no matter what, I'm still making money because I already locked in that $500 profit. So traders, let's get to the next step of this. The next step of entries is going to be averaging. Averaging in, averaging out, understanding the right way to be able to enter a play correctly. Now, the thing is, team, you are going to want to be able to figure out, okay, how can I enter a stock? Let's talk about entering for dip buys here. Let's think about what is the best way to truly enter. Because let's imagine that a stock does this here, team. Let's imagine that a stock goes all the way from the price of $5, shoots all the way on up to the price of $15, and now the stock is coming back on down, and we believe the best dip buy opportunity is going to be around $10. Maybe it's the 200-day moving average. Maybe it's the old spiking high from a previous day. Maybe it's whatever it may be like that, right? So what we're looking at is we know that $10 is going to be a great support line. Traders, do we just put entries of, let's say, 1,000 shares at the price of $10? Is that what we do? The entry is no. Because there's going to be many times that if we put an entry right at the price of $10, guess what's going to happen? The stock is going to do this. Fall on down towards the price of $10.02, we don't get filled, and then it bounces back on up. There will be times the stock goes to $10, fades on down to $9.90, we get out of the play, we get scared, and then the stock moves on up. What is the best way to be able to have the most perfect entry possible? The best thing to be able to do here, traders, is to go ahead and put that imaginary box around $10. Imaginary box, traders, is going to give us 3 price points. It's going to give us the high price point, right? Here's the high price point. Here is, let's say, the average price point, and here is the low price point, okay? So if we believe that $10 is going to be a great support line, what we are going to want to do is surround $10, because in the stock market, nothing is perfect. The stock market is going to give us many different opportunities. It's going to give us many different chances of success. But what we need to understand here is nearly ever do we ever see a stock just come down to $10 and hit it perfectly. So what I need you guys to start working on is averaging in on trades. We know that we are avoiding buying at the $15 touch. We know we're waiting for the opportunity to be able to get filled as it comes back down to $10. But let's say to ourselves, hey, we know $10 is an excellent area. We know we might not get $10. So what can I do? First thing that I want you guys to be able to do is say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead. If I want a 1,000 share position, I'm going to do 250 shares around the price of, let's say, $10.12. Deck, why $10.12? Because the thing is, we're close to $10, but not exactly at $10. So I might say to myself, all right, that's close enough that if we fall on down to $10.12 and maybe it hits $10.10 and I can get 250 shares, at least I'm going to be getting something and I'm going to be able to make some money as the stock moves itself on up, and that's going to be absolutely great for me. So it's basically just getting a little skin in the game. Now, the greatest thing about this is, let's say the stock does move itself back on down and we hit $10. Well, at $10, we are going to have another 250 shares. Now, at $10, we get filled. Now, if we have 250 shares that are filled at $10.12 and we have 250 shares that are filled at $10, this is going to be giving us a brand new cost basis. And what I mean by that is this is now going to give us a cost basis right around $10.06. So we also now have 500 shares. So we have a larger position, and since we got filled lower, we now only have to get to $10.06, not back up to $10.12. So before, if we just left 250 shares, it would have to get back up to $10.12 before we get back into the green. Now it only has to get above what area? $10.06 right here. And now everything above this is going to be green with more shares. So now we're making even more money. Well, Deck, what if, again, it does this? What if it falls all the way back on down towards the low point? Well, the low point, let's say this is going to be our last little bit. The low point is where I like to add the most amount of shares, aka let's say 500 shares. Why? Because this is actually at our support line or slightly underneath our support line, where we are expecting that we are going to get that dip buy. We are expecting that we are going to get that bounce play. And since this is the lowest point, this is where we believe it is the most oversold, which means that we would like to get the most amount of shares that we possibly can. We are going to get this now at the price of around, let's say, $9.92, where we believe that this is the low point. We're going to any moment start bouncing our way back on up. Now, if we have 500 shares at $9.92, our cost basis is no longer $10.06. We have 500 shares at $10.06. We have 500 shares at $9.92. What is our new cost basis? Our new cost basis is going to be somewhere right around probably $10, probably right around that, $10 mark. So now I have 1,000 shares at the price that we initially wanted, at the price of $10. And if we get that good dip buy and bounce play and we start making our way on up, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the best price. We are going to have the most amount of shares. We are going to be able to do it as safe as possible. And guess what? We are going to make the most amount of money possible. Right? And that is absolutely fantastic. That's absolutely great. Now, I know what's on every single trader's mind right now. Every single trader's mind is saying, well, Deck, what if you go underneath that low point? What if you go underneath H, A, and L? What if you go underneath every single one of these points? Well, right here is where you do have to have your stop loss. That's where you are going to end up taking your loss. That is where you're going to say to yourself, you know what? My game plan didn't work. You know what? My stop loss didn't work. But you know what I will show you right here? If you got filled with 1,000 shares and the stock goes from the price of $9.92 and bounces back up towards, let's say, $14, how much money are you going to make? You are going to be making nearly $4,000 on this trade, okay? 1,000 shares from around $10 back on up to $14. That's, again, a $4 move with 1,000 shares. That's a $4,000 profit. What if the stock goes from 1,000 shares that we have, right, at the price of $10, and let's say we get out at the price of $9.80. We realize that this isn't working, and it hits $9.80. $10 to $9.80. How much would we lose? $200. So you're telling me if I jump in on this play using this strategy, yes, you can 100% lose. There's no way around that. You can 100% lose. But at the same time, guess what? If you win, you're making $4,000. So this is essentially what we are bringing up in every single one of these chart setups here. When we go over and we're taking a look at, okay, hey, take a look at this, guys, right? What do we have? bounce play, bounce play, bounce play. These are great chances for us to be able to have success. This is where we can go ahead and use that imaginary strategy, right? Look at, again, this support line. This is old $5. We surround $5 right here. Imaginary box, imaginary box, imaginary box. And you guys can see, when we go ahead and we take a look at this, there are sometimes little lower shadows right underneath that area, right? That happens. There are sometimes that we do see plays go a little bit lower than what we expect, and that's okay. So all we're looking for is to surround that support line, give us a chance that are going to put the greatest odds in our favor. Now, let's imagine we want to short a play, right? A stock goes on a spike and we want to reverse it back on down. It's the same exact thing. Put the imaginary box up high at resistance. Go ahead, watch that reversal back on down. Let's see if we can start fading and falling. So when we're looking for entries of a play, when we're buying, we're looking down low. We're trying to increase our odds. We're trying to give us the most reward and minimize our risk. When we're shorting a stock, betting against it, we are looking to be able to use that imaginary box at resistance, past chart history areas. Where did we see old spiking highs? Where were previous old upper shadows that we could fade and fall? Remember, we're looking to be able to increase our reward, minimize our risk. That's what it all comes on down to in stock trading, so that we can have the best chance of success, and that's when we can be able to make the most amount of money. Now, this basically ties right into our next little idea, which is going to be having a trading plan. And the idea is we always want to be able to have a 2-to-1 ratio. When we have a 2-to-1 ratio, this is going to be teaching us to always have double our win than what we had of a loss. Now, the example I just showed you was a great ratio. Had a $4,000 win to, again, a $200 loss. So when we have a trading plan of a 2-to-1 ratio, when we have a trading plan of where we're going to enter, when we have a trading plan of why we're entering on a certain stock for a specific reason, we are going to eliminate fear. Guys, fear is the only thing that holds you back. Prep is going to eliminate that fear. When you go in with a plan, you're going to be feeling really good about these plays. So let's just think about it in the most simplest terms. If we had a 2-to-1 ratio, we would say, hey, I'm going to buy this stock at the price of $2. Okay, 1,000 shares at the price of $2. If a stock goes from $2 to $2.25 with 1,000 shares, you are going to make a $250 profit. 1,000 shares at $2 is a $2,000 investment. If the stock goes from $2 to $2.25, out of that $2,000 investment, you make $250. If the stock loses 25 cents, you lose $250. You sell again your position, you sell your shares, you are either going to be getting $2,250 back in your account as you make money, or you're going to be getting $1,750 as you just lost money. So the thing is, what's the 2-to-1 ratio? 25-cent target, what's your loss? Stop loss is going to be 12 cents. This allows you to make back your losses with one win. The thing is, traders, unfortunately, a lot of traders are going to end up losing when they first start. They're not going to study enough. They're not going to practice enough. They're not going to paper trade enough. Or again, guess what? It just takes time to be successful. It takes time to learn how to be able to cope with the stock market. So the thing is, a lot of traders are going to end up losing more than what they win in the very beginning. Okay, I want you guys to understand that. So it's going to be nice if we follow this 2-to-1 ratio where we are going to be able to say to ourselves, okay, if I lose, it's all right because I'm going to make back 2 losses with 1 win. Okay, now let's go through here. We already talked about a lot of this, using our stop losses. Let's go through here and give a little perfect example of why this works. Let's imagine this is your portfolio. Deck, it is the start of September in 2025. I want to get ourselves excited. I want to get ourselves ready to rock and roll going into 2026 here. Let's again say we are starting off with a $0 profit win in our portfolio. Now, what do we have? Let's stick to the strategy. My strategy is going to be, I want to make $500 on every trade I make, or if I hit a $250 loss, I'm out. 2-to-1 ratio. Beautiful. Hey, we're first starting our trades. I end up taking a loss. I lost $250. Okay, you know what? No worries. That was my first trade. I'm going to try again. You again, stick to your rules, but unfortunately you lose, but you get out with a $250 loss. Okay, no big deal. Let's say again, you make a trade, you win. Boom. Guess what? You just made back both losses. Let's again, imagine once again, you win. Boom. Hey, Deck, this is amazing. But let's say again, you get a little iffy. You end up taking a loss right here. Okay? You get a little iffy. You take another loss right here. Okay, no problem. Let's say again you get 1 win. 1 win, boom. You get another win. Boom. Right? This is awesome. This is great. Let's imagine again. You take a loss. All right, it happens. You take a loss. All right, it happens. You took another loss. All right, it happens. Let's say again, you get 1 win. Boom. Traders, what do you guys realize? Let's just again count something on up right here, right? Let's realize how many losses do we have? How many losses did you just take on your portfolio? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 losses. 7 losses have now occurred. How many wins have you had? You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. So guys, you have about a 40% win rate right now. 40% win rate. 60% of the time you lose. Oh, Dak, that doesn't sound good. You lose 60% of the time, but because you follow the 2-to-1 ratio, guess what you just did? You lost again $500. You made back the $500 in one trade. You won $500. You just lost $500. You won $1,000 right here. You lost again $750. You win again $500. Now again, you're up what? $1,000 over or $1,200. So essentially, look what your P&L is doing. Your P&L, even though you've lost 7 times and you've only won 5 times, you have still gone from $0 up to $1,250 with a losing rate, with again, you not winning nearly as much as you are losing, and again, you're still profitable. How are you doing that? How are people profitable when they lose more than they win? And that's because they're following that 2-to-1 ratio plan. So that's a great way to be able to have success. That's a great way to be able to continuously make money in the markets. And that's a great way to be able to understand, wow, what is going to be happening here over on these trades here, guys, right? So, great way to be thinking. Now, let's go over, another areas of support and resistance here. And this is going to be trend lines. Trend lines are not just going to be our horizontal lines, or these are going to be more of they are going to be our horizontal lines. They are not just going to be our flat lines. Trend lines are going to be areas where we can see when stocks are going to have bullishness or bearish towards them in a certain trend. Now, the greatest thing about these is predictability. I hope what I'm teaching you about today and what I'm teaching you about in the stock market is fully about predictability. Predictability on entries and exits. Predictability on, again, finding the best plays, and predictability about entering these plays with confidence and conviction. That's what we want. So an uptrend is exactly what it sounds like. It is where we are going to see a trend consistently climb and consistently move on up. Now, what's the greatest thing about an uptrend? We have the answer. Guys, when we get the answers, don't we feel good? What do you mean by we have the answer? We know exactly where to enter. The moment that we have a trend line is the moment we know exactly where we can enter and be profitable. We know exactly where we can enter and say to ourselves, we should get a dip buy and bounce buy. The moment where we could say, okay, if I put a stop loss underneath this area, I'm now following my 2-to-1 ratio. I know I'm going to be able to have maximum reward with minimal risk. And that's where we can make a lot of cash. A downtrend is going to be the same exact thing, just completely opposite, where we are seeing a fade and a fall, and you're saying, hey, Deck, I want to go ahead and short this play. All right, absolutely beautiful. Where do we short it? Short at resistance, short at resistance, short at resistance, short at resistance. Well, Deck, what if it breaks resistance? If it breaks resistance, this is your stop loss, where you know that the stock can turn and spike, and as you guys can see, breaks of resistance is the break of the trend, where now we are going to have a bearish play now turn into a bullish play. So trend lines going to give us predictability. Now, a lot of people always wonder, how can I be able to have that validation that a trend line is going to work? It is a nice little balance. And what do I mean by the balance is? The balance is going to be the earlier you find a trend line, the more money you're going to be able to make. Now, if I could find a trend line right when it's beginning, I can make a lot of money as I can ride that trend line all the way on up and not have any fear. I know that trend line's building higher lows. I know that trend line is continuously spiking on up towards that next leg. I could be able to find a trend line early. I can make a lot of money. Now, the thing is, the later I find a trend line, the easier it is to feel confident about. I see the trend line. I see that it's holding. I see that it's working. But the longer it is, the better chance it has of breaking. Can you see where the issue now lies? Okay, so sometimes I might have to, again, imagine a trend line's forming for me to enter so that I can make the most amount of money. Or if I wait until I visually see a trend line, that's great, but that usually means the trend line's been holding for a long time. We could see that crack in the near future. Correct. So it's all about trying to find that little middle balance. Usually the best way to be able to find a trend line is going to be probably on that third touch, right? One trend line is going to be first establishing resistance. Two is going to be enforcing that higher low. And three is going to be kind of confirming it. So once you have that third touch, that is usually a great area where you can go ahead and look for entries. One, we don't really know that dip buy is going to be happening. Two, we could be able to say, wow, is that a little bit of higher low? Can I look for an entry here? Three or four right here is, wow, okay, this is the dip buy. After, again, you get your fourth or fifth touch, there is a great opportunity that we are going to most likely crack it pretty soon. Imagine trend lines or imagine support as like jumping on ice over a lake. You jump, guess what? You might jump 1 or 2 or 3 times, but eventually it's going to start cracking. Eventually you start seeing some cracks of the ice, and if you keep jumping on it, you're eventually going to go through. So the thing is, the more you jump on the ice, the better chance you have of cracking it. If I jump on ice 2 or 3 times, I might be okay. But if I jump on it 8 times, eventually you're going to crack. Same exact thing with going up through resistance. Just like I showed you this example. We had 4 different touches. Eventually, we break through that resistance and we start moving ourselves on up. So it's always great to try to enter earlier over on these trend lines. So how do we draw trend lines? Do we connect lower shadows? Do we connect the body of the candles? To be frank with you, it's about what makes the most sense. Let's not be so specific where we are trying to connect every single uptrend or downtrend. Let's not try to connect every single real body of the candle. Let's not try to connect this and that. All we're trying to do is connect what makes sense and what visually gives us the easiest answer. What is going to put the odds in our favor? Right? So if let's say we go to today, right? I have no idea what's going on today, but let's say we go over to a 2-minute time frame of today. Can we find any clear-cut trend lines that are going to make sense for us? Well, traders, what I am seeing over on ALLR right here is I would say there is a clear-cut trend line. What I would do is connect the dots here, right? Connect this dot to this dot to this dot to this dot. Would everyone here agree with me at this moment that this would be a great trend line over on ALLR? ALLR, I think this would be absolutely awesome for us, where we can clearly see where it's bullish, right? And if I spell bullishness correctly, you know, it would be easier for you to understand. So what we have right here is we have clear bullishness, clear buying volume, clear hype, clear momentum. And then on top of that here, we do have bearishness. We do have, again, where people are getting weaker and fading and falling and dropping. So now we already have our answer. Everything that I've told you, everything that I've already gone over, we are now, again, being able to find our predictability. We know that we have our touch right here. Beautiful. We have a touch right here. Beautiful. We have a touch right here. Beautiful. If we entered on any of these, there's money making. There's money making. There's money making. But the issue is if we crack. And the longer we bounce off of it, the better chance we have of eventually cracking and most likely falling down to the VWAP. And if we fall down to the VWAP, you could look for a dip buy there, but you got to have a stop loss underneath that. And if that cracks, again, things will get very ugly and start getting very weaker. But the thing is, traders, this is great. This is awesome. Now, not only can we see that there's an uptrend, but I'm also going to say there's an uptrend as well with maybe some resistance. Right? Would you guys agree with that? That maybe every single time, you know, and this is just, doesn't have to be perfect. It just comes on down to giving us a good idea of where a stock may reverse at. So now again, you know, if I'm trading ALLR, which is the #1 top gainer in the stock market today, right? ALLR right here, currently up 114%. I could see that over on my trade idea scanners. I could see ALLR this morning. Guess what, guys? Top gainers with news here today. What was the #1 top gainer with credibility? Oh, wow, look at this. ALLR, 3-star press release. Granted, a fast-track treatment for cancer. Okay, that is absolutely awesome. I can get more details. So we do have a good, credible press release. As I said, it's not tough to find the #1 top gainer of the day. Literally, all I do is open up my Fox Runner scanner every single day and I say, oh, wow, ALR, best #1 play. Okay, go over to my news alerts. Today's a full watch list. ALR, #1 stock to watch. ALR, up 80% on the day. Okay, what's one of the top plays? 80% gain, ALLR. Right? You know, like, as I said earlier in this lesson, it's not difficult to find the #1 top gainer. We have all this amazing equipment and scanners that are just going to give us the answers. But again, where you have to actually be successful is saying, where can I actually enter? Where can I feel good? Where do I have a price point that I could be able to make money? Right? So as you guys can see right now, look what's happening. Whoa, ALLR, guess what we just saw? This is awesome, traders. I love the fact that I'm teaching right now in real time and we are seeing exactly how these trend lines work. Guess what? We just fell through the ice. didn't we? We just fell perfectly through the ice. We know we had 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, and ooh, guys, guess what? We're bouncing on that ice. That ice could crack. That's where predictability is. This is not recorded. This is not like, this is literally live in this specific moment. What I am teaching you right now is what you can apply to your trading, and you can see it works. You can have all the confidence of what I'm teaching you right now on this is what works, and this is how traders and this is how Wall Street traders predict the stock market. This is how, again, you guys can be able to make a lot of money, and this is how you guys can be able to make a lot of cash. Okay? So, you guys are absolutely great in every single way to be able to make money, and you guys can be able to make that big time cash and be able to make that big time money. So beautiful, guys, right? Absolutely great in every single way. All right? Absolutely awesome in every single way. Traders, let's keep this party going. Let's keep going to our next area. Let's keep making our cash. Let's keep making our money and what we can be able to do next over on these plays. So the next thing that I want to be able to talk about right here, and actually, let's just give a couple examples over on these trend lines. A couple examples over on the trend lines. SPHS, trend line forms, stock starts getting weaker. SGY, trend lines form, stock starts getting weaker. AQST, trend lines form, stock starts getting weaker. You can clearly see, where the bullishness is and where the bearishness is. And I think, again, you know what, it doesn't matter what chart you look at, you can clearly see that over on ALLR, the pure example of what we just had right at this moment. So let's keep on moving here, traders, and let's go to our next opportunity and what we want to be able to learn. And I think, again, what we want to learn next is what a lot of people get excited for. And that is going to be our breakout chart setups. Breakout chart setups, breakout patterns, patterns that are leading towards huge rips, huge runs, huge opportunities, and huge climbs. So this is what everyone always is asking. What are the best patterns to be focusing on when we're taking looks over on these plays? Now, traders, what we always want to be looking at is these U-shapes and triangles. U-shapes is establishing resistance, U-shaping back up to resistance, and breaking on out. Triangles is going to be a stock getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter inside of a wedge, and that's where we get our very big breakouts. So when we're talking about breakouts, remember how I talked about, in general, do not buy at the break of resistance. It's always smarter to buy at the break, at the bounce off support. These are going to be when that resistance actually does break. When we actually break through resistance, when we actually see that happen, that 1 out of 10 time, that 1 out of 5 time that we move on up, it's either going to form from one or two ways. Number one, it's establishing resistance right here. And guess what we do? The stock falls on down, breaks on out above that resistance, AKA we formed a U-shape. The other opportunity is when a stock is going to go on a very big spike. We find resistance right across the board right here. And then the stock does what? It consolidates. And as it consolidates, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter until we get that breakout where we have, guess what? We have that triangle. Now, can anyone see anything that has already happened, which is enforcing once again everything that I'm teaching you? Because what I just taught you, didn't we see that perfectly just occur over on ALLR? We saw the channel and the dip buy and the bouncing, and then we saw that we broke in real time together, that we fell underneath the ice. How perfectly this worked. Now, just from that small little inch of U-shapes and triangles, can you guys see ALLR's breakout? ALLR, this is the #1 top gainer of the day. This is not recorded. This is not anything. This is today, right now at this moment. Do you guys not realize that here's our strong resistance going across the board, and now again we have that nice little triangle? Would you guys not agree that that is a bull flag setup leading towards that big time breakout? So ALLR, what do we have? Here's top resistance. Absolutely beautiful. Notice again what we have right here. Stock is again getting tighter and tighter and tighter. As that stock is getting tighter and tighter and tighter, we have this nice wedge. As the wedge is now forming, we have bada boom, breakout buying volume starts moving on in. Deck, what do you mean by breakout buying volume starts moving on in? Well, again, you can see at the very bottom of the chart, I don't look at this often, but you can see larger green candles. Larger green candles, larger buying. We see where the hype is starting to move in over on these plays. So U-shapes and triangles. That's what we're looking for. Breaks of resistance is where the hype is going to be moving on in. So let's talk about some of the most popular patterns there are for you guys to be able to make the most amount of money. One pattern that I do like that I see a lot, especially for, again, smaller penny stock traders, is going to be the $1 breakout. One thing that you guys will always want to know is there's a few key points on every single breakout play. They all have a few things in common. Number one, they all have massive volume. Number two, they all have extremely low floats. And number three, the longer a play cannot break resistance, the bigger the force it's going to be when it breaks on out. For example here, traders, let's imagine, just hypothetically, let's imagine no one has ever thrown a baseball 100 miles per hour before. People throw 99, people throw 98, and it takes 100 years, and finally someone throws 100 miles per hour. That might be a big deal. Why would it be a big deal? Because it lasted 100 years before, again, we broke that area. When you have a strong resistance or a strong support line that has lasted a very long time, when it cracks or breaks above it, you are going to see a very strong move. So, what I want to talk about is kind of those top three things. Number one is we want to look for a lower float. When I'm referring to lower float stocks, I'm referring to stocks that are sub 10 million or lower. We talked about what the float is. The float are the shares available to the public. The lower the float, the lower the supply. When you have high demand, aka higher volume, you're going to see a very big breakout. So, what do we have right here? We have right now, just took the number one top gainer spot, HKPD. HKPD is up 108%. Notice where it says FLT right here, 3. Now, why is it saying 3? That means 3 million in float. When we have 3 million in float, such as over on HKPD, now we have all this buying volume competing against this. So for instance, imagine if we had 3 houses available for sale. 3 houses available to sell, and 100 people want those 3 houses. Well, only 3 people out of the 100 can get it. So the price is going to get bidded up extremely high. So you guys, again, you go in the housing market right now, it's very competitive. There's not many homes for sale. People want homes. Guess what happens? The price goes up even higher. It's the same exact thing in the stock market. Take a look right here over on the number one top gainer, HKPD. HKPD is the number one top gainer with a 110, 111% gain. If we go over to statistics right here and we scroll on down, what do you guys realize? It says 3.42 million in float. Anything sub 10 million is a low float. Now, if we go ahead and we go back over towards summary, we know we have 3 million shares. On a normal day, out of the 3 million shares, 1 million shares are traded. So out of a normal day, 1 million shares out of the 3 million are traded. Guess what we have right now? The volume today is 51 million. That means that 3 million shares has been traded over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. People are buying shares, waiting for the price to increase, selling their shares. Someone else buys it, waits for the price to increase, sells the shares. They buy it, wait for the price to increase, sells their shares. Those 3 million shares are in high demand. Usually, guess what? Usually, this stock is only getting 1 million shares traded out of 3 million. There's shares left over for everyone, which is why on a normal day, HKPD doesn't do anything. But today, HKPD has all the hype, has all the buying volume, has all the attention. So this is what I want you guys to truly understand about these plays, where we are seeing what? We are seeing low float, we're seeing big volume, and that is leading towards the breakouts. Now, Deck, I'm already seeing some of the things that you taught me. What are you seeing right here? Do you guys see a U-shaped pattern right here that leads towards a little bit of a breakout? You guys see a little U-shaped pattern right here that's already leading towards a little bit of a breakout, right? We want to see, start looking for maybe these U-shapes and triangles, start looking for these ideas. So I like to test myself. I like to go through like some top gainers every now and then and just, ask myself, do I see anything starting to form? Like for instance, I see a very big spike over on STKH. I see a big U-shaped pattern starting to form. But please remember, guys, something. What do we need to remember? 85 cents going to be strong resistance. It's not going to be easy to break above. Same exact thing with the VWAP. VWAP's going to be strong resistance. I do not want to get you into the habit of just buying at the highs. And again, I truly want to enforce that. Now, the thing that I was talking about before with the $1 breakout is the longer we are underneath $1, and when we eventually break $1, the more hype we will get. So, the trade that we're sitting on, MSTR, this is almost like an opposite example, is what do we have on MSTR? MSTR has been able to hold the 50-week moving average for about how long? For the last 2 years. bounce play, bounce play, bounce play, bounce play, bounce play, bounce play, bounce play. If MSTR cracks this area, something that has been a significant support line for 2 years, that is where we are going to get a very nice breakout. It would be the exact opposite if, let's say, we break 345. 345, we hit it, we got rejected, we hit it, we got rejected, we hit it, we got rejected. We basically have been sitting underneath 345 now since what area? Since, November of last year, almost the last 11 months. So the thing is, MSTR, imagine what would happen if maybe we formed one ginormous, big wedge pattern right here. Let's turn off the indicators here for a second. And you guys start seeing, show indicator, you guys start seeing this huge wedge pattern, this big triangle start forming. What do you guys think would happen if all of a sudden this stock over the next few months or over the next 6 months gets tighter and tighter and tighter inside this wedge and eventually squeezes and breaks? I mean, it would be a massive explosion. So the thing is MSTR going to crack this area and fade all the way back down to 250? Or is this the perfect dip buy opportunity on an uptrend before, again, we start moving ourselves back up in this triangle and hopefully get back up towards around that 440, making it a giant wedge pattern? So remember, everywhere we're looking for these two shapes. We're looking for U-shape.